Hello and welcome back, all you wonderful 2B Dicers. I'm your host, Daddy Tarzan. With me is the wonderful cast and crew of 2B Dice Adventures, bringing it back to you with another episode of a story from a galaxy far, far away, Star Wars: Edge of the Empire. Let's go ahead and get our cast introductions out of the way. Again, my name is Daddy Tarzan 82855 on all social media platforms. You can find me on TikTok, Instagram, so on and so forth. Feel free to check me out. I make plenty of a variety of content. And I run Star Wars Edge of the Empire for the 2B Dice crew. Up next, let's get a wonderful introduction from our resident pilot, Chav.
Hey, last party or pilot standing, and quite literally just barely. He would like to sit down. Hi, I met War-Torn Knight out there on the interwebs, professional game master, as well as actual blade performer, much like the rest of these handsome individuals that I am surrounded with, because I'm the luckiest guy on the planet. And tonight I will be returning to play our favorite Nothoan pilot, Chav Visto, although today he will likely be more so referred to as Agent Lancer of the ISB. Take it away, Oz.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Good. Hi, I am Ozymandias the Magnificent. Yes. Tonight I am playing Raw, the ever lovable, ever so gracious and thoughtful and caring and kind, and the usual Thursian jack of all trades, master of none kind of vibe guy. Yeah. Um it's been a wild trip, and here we are.
Hello, everybody. It's me, Victor, also known as Victor the Story Weaver. Today, I have the pleasure of continue to resume the story of my first original character in this campaign, Oho, aka Raul's brother, aka also a assassin trained by the Night Sisters, aka individual who went to help a old lady who happened to be a Jedi back in the day and now trained with her, aka the individual who had to fight an Inquisitor, aka the individual who then foiled through several floors to have a very awkward reunion with his brother and the rest of the party, aka.
Love it. That being said, the rest of our cast for Star Wars may be joining us later. I haven't heard anything back from them yet, but that's not too much of a problem. So either way, we're going to go ahead and continue the story and see where it goes. That being said, let's go ahead and bring us back into. Oh, first off, before we do that, we got to do announcements. That would be helpful. 2B Dice has plenty of shows to offer. That being said, Tuesdays is Star Wars Edge of the Empire. You can catch us every week. Wednesday is on a bi-weekly schedule is Valley of Endless War, as well as Thursday, Tales of Arden on a bi-weekly schedule. And that's going to be it for the week. Frontiers of Eberron was this Sunday, so there is no Frontiers this coming Sunday. And then we are hoping to lock in our once a month campaign, Dimensional Dial of Dr. Diego. We'll get the announcement date out to you as soon as we lock in a date. Keep your eyes out for that. We'll make the announcement on one of our next streams, but we'll have that out to you soon. That's our slate for 2B Dice Adventures. So we have plenty of stories for your viewing pleasure. Other than that, that's it for announcements. Let's go ahead and get us back into the scene of where we last left off on 2B Dice Adventures. That's not the right app. There we go. The crew made it to the surface of Korriban after delving into the forbidden tomb of a ancient Sith warrior, a Sith pureblood by the name of Ketvar Blood. Banished by... from the information that the crew was able to gather, he was banished by seemingly both the Sith and Jedi alike to purgatory, essentially. After hearing whispers from Ketvar Blood and promise of knowledge and power, Rawl, accompanied by Chav, delved deeper into the tomb to follow up with that promise. Upon meeting this entity, Ketvar Blood, Rawl, at the last second, declined his offer, and in doing so, upset the Sith pureblood, who then proceeded to try and make Rawl suffer by attempting to kill his companion, Chav. Just as he's about to deliver a killing blow, Oho came crashing in, returning to his brother's life once more, standing over the pinned body of the lost brother, a Sith Inquisitor that has been pursuing both Oho and his mentor, Eliza, in an effort to try and capture, detain, and bring to his masters. The lost brother lay defeated at Oho's feet, seeing this entity standing over Oho, or standing over Chav. He offers the lost brother's life in exchange for his companion, his crew. Ketvar, enticed by this offer, but unwilling to let anybody leave this chamber without some nugget of knowledge, if you will, drew Rawl to him, utilizing his mastery of the Force, and bestowed ancient knowledge onto Rawl. He bestowed a gift of knowledge in the form of the Force Power Endure, granting him mastery over the ability in just seconds. And just as he was about to bestow another power upon Rawl, his connection to Ketvar Blood was severed by Oho with his newfound mastery over his ability that he trained for Suppress, cutting the knowledge short, only granting Rawl a basic understanding of this new power, Battle Meditation. The crew then was set upon by hordes of Tukata as they started their escape into the upper corridors of the tomb, making their way onto the surface and escaping through their ships with their crew intact. But their Chav and Oho weren't done quite yet. Oho was aware of two additional ships that were on the far side of the tomb of Naga Sadow, where a Sith transport, a Delta-class T3 shuttle, I'm on the wrong table. Games. There we go. Delta-class T3. That's Jumpmaster. Delta-class T3 shuttle that belonged to the Lost Brother was located, as well as a M12L Kimogila, sorry, heavy starfighter that Oho had commandeered in his travels. as well as a decrepit Y666 transport. Determined to not leave behind his starfighter or the Sith's shuttle, as there's information aboard that ship that is of vital importance to Oho. The two make a last-ditch effort to try and recover these ships while being set upon by the wildlife that was now under the command of this entity. That was through a series of luck and skill, the two managed to stop the shuttle from self-destructing with Chav's extensive knowledge of Sith flight systems, as well as his ISB backing. Disengaged the self-destruct sequence and afforded him control over the ship. Oho manages to circumvent the lizards that were attacking the two, and boarded his starfighter, and the crew made a hasty escape from the atmosphere of Korriban and made their way to the nearby system Alam, where Guy, a expert extraction operator, made his final goodbyes, or goodbyes for now at least, as well as gifting them supplies and gear to fuel their journey going forward. The crew then began to make their departure from Alam as Imperial shuttles began to sweep the area for undocumented landings, and Guy flew off to draw attention away from them as they made their departure. Our story picks back up with the crew now in the exterior atmosphere of the planet of Alam as they make their way to another destination to make further inquiries into their newly acquired mission, or heading to reunite with Heelbolt on the Nullifier. And there was one other thing. Sorry, blanking. Reunite with Killbolt to get their new mission, as he had informed them that he has a way in to deal with this Admiral Tazen and laying siege upon the planet of Nothwin, the home planet of Chav. With that, before they make their departure to the Nullifier, the crew had some personal dealings to take care of. What those personal dealings are to be diced. Before we get started, let's go ahead and get our luck points rolled for the day. We're already starting off strong with 2 dark side tokens from Chav and Rawl.
Lying. That is not starting strong for anybody.
I mean,
Victor coming in.
Hey, thanks,
I
buddy.
got you, bro.
And they say that the gray is not a thing. Establishing balance in the Force. Look at you go.
I'll roll for ego.
Yeah, we got 2 more players to roll for. If you guys want to roll them, or I can. If you,
I'll roll one for Lovely Dovely.
Okay. Oh.
Chav sticking. Ooh. Okay. We got one more for the dark side. Let's add that to the story points. There we go. And we got a pretty decent balance so far. A little more light-sided, but
For once.
balanced overall.
For once.
Okay. Very well. Good job. Okay. So our scene returns, brings us back to the exterior of Olam. These 5 shuttles or ships, the YC or the VCX 100 light freighter, a fire spray system patrol craft piloted by Ego, the Jumpmaster 500 that is current that has been had repairs made done to it, albeit minor and temporary. It is still able to make some headway, maybe a jump or 2 in hyperspace before it needs to be dealt with, and then a Delta class T3 shuttle, and finally the M12 heavy starfighter, flying in a wedge formation towards the vast open space of the galaxy. So at this point, we open up comms between one another and begin, and the group begins their discussion on what to do next.
Before anything, I just need to double check something. By the time that we have done all this exchange with Guy and the rations, and we're in this planet and everything, Raul has been conscious the whole time, right? Like Raul hasn't.
Yeah. There was a visible level of reservedness where he wasn't like openly engaging with you, but he was supporting you.
No. I just want to have a sense of how Oho goes about the priorities of things at present.
Mm-hmm.
I think Oho would attempt to have a conversation with Chav. It's easier to talk about the threat of Inquisitors than to face your brother. At least right now. And I think he just has that moment where he tries to move Chav aside about the ship. I need to get everything that is on the ship, any information.
Yeah, you and me both, sister. Tarzan, do I think we have time before we take off to head out?
No, there was already a whole team being sent out to investigate, and Guy would have taken off by this point to try and draw him away, but that only gives you so much time before.
Right. I mean,
and what you're talking about is like an extensive dive into the ship.
You can hitch a ride with me when we get out of this joint. I don't know what you want to do about your ship, though.
We don't have a way to take that ship anywhere.
Unless you pilot it yourself.
Unless I pilot it myself.
I mean, I can do my damnedest. We got nothing but time when we're in hyperspace, so.
You can see that Oho is a little apprehensive about that.
Hey, man, I'm a smuggler. I know where people hide shit.
Yes, I suppose. I don't care about the ship. It wasn't mine in the first place.
It's an asset, though. I mean, I'm not saying you should take it or that you should leave it. I'm just letting you know pros and cons of both.
Chav, as you're looking over the Star Shuttle, just go ahead and give me a... What would this be? A lore? This would be an education check.
About
We can't afford that.
Oho's ship.
Yeah, the starfighter.
May I have a boost die for relevant information?
That's fair.
Because Chav is pilot. Hiya!
We'll do average difficulty.
Roll bad.
Hmm.
Damn it.
Mm.
It's not
You don't
roll bad.
recognize the ship itself. You do recognize the emblem. There is a distinct emblem on the ship, MM, or whatever Orbesh is for MM, which identifies the ship as a Mandel Motors starship. And those put out some pretty fucking hardy ships.
It would kind of suck to leave that behind. You want to trade rides?
Sure.
Alrighty.
I'll take the shuttle. And he reaches into his comm in case. And he just, Raul, do you care to join me on the Imperial shuttle? You might have work to do in here.
Can Scuttle pilot the VCX?
Yes, he can.
He's got a basic understanding.
Because
Well, Chav doesn't care if the VCX gets lost because he hates that damn thing. Oh no, it went flying into. Sorry, Scuttle.
Oh no, the black hole.
We
Yeah.
still owe on that ship, so Raw
You
would
should
not like
owe
to hang on
them.
to it.
You should get them back. They should owe you for taking that ship. All
We
right.
also, we also have Ego.
Ego
Ego
is
has the
piloting
fire
the
spray.
fire spray, yeah.
Literally,
Oh.
we're all spread out through ships.
Jesus, fuck, we have like a whole fucking fleet.
You have
do.
you have a small armada, yeah.
Okay, I say let's go take the Empire right now.
Right.
Yeah. We can take it.
You have a squadron.
Roll at least until. Are we stopping somewhere before we get to the nullifier, or we're getting?
That's
Up in the air.
that's what
We
you
haven't-
guys are discussing right
We
now,
haven't
yeah.
even discussed the nullifier yet, so so yeah, it's completely up in the air.
Gotcha.
Let me pull up the virtual table.
I mean, I would say that at this point, it would be safe to assume that if there is, we know that we need to take off anyway.
Yeah,
So
you don't have
whatever-
too much time to
We don't
work
have
with.
First
Right.
time.
So, whatever
So
first point of whatever first light speed jump that we would make on the direction, that it's not going to be a direct straight line. So it's like whatever the first trajectory that we need to set up, we probably would be
The
setting
first leg of the
we
hyper
would
jump,
already-
yeah.
Like we will already be setting at least a getting out of the sector.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tarzan, if I turned on my droid that I have in there, could I make it give a boost die for navigation?
No,
For-
because it doesn't have any directives yet. It's
Okay.
it's just the chassis, remember? We gave them motor functions. Oh shit. Beth was working on the fucking personality chip. Oh no.
Hey, guy's gonna have something interesting to bring back.
Ooh, hey, hang on. I mean, if
He
Chad
was
is
working on that personality chip.
Yeah, that's not happening.
if Chav is piloting the M12, there's not a passenger slot. There's not even a slot for an astromech. So you could take R6, who is built for number
Yes.
one slicing, number two astrogation.
Astrogation,
So,
yeah.
Okay.
Not to mention
there-
the fact that if we're already we have the coordinates, we just basically pass the coordinates to the droids. Like they
Yeah.
wouldn't need to figure out. the
And
navigation.
and honestly, R6 is already pretty much
We're
prepped
going
for-
home for
Yeah.
R6. So,
he would practically take over.
yeah.
He's the ringleader.
Cool.
Oh man, that
I guess
sucks.
Raw would join. Yeah, it does. Raw would join Oho on the Sith ship.
So the droids are taking the VCX. I'll be in the M12. You two in the shuttle.
Man, you guys are really
Dove is
trusting
in
the
the
droids to take the
Jumpmaster.
VCX.
Guys leaving with the YT. Ego and the fire spray. And then
I mean-
Dove and yeah, that I already said that. So yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
we could split it with R6 going with Oho, but I'm useless on the VCX. So
Okay.
Oho wants you in the Imperial. He wants you in the Imperial shuttle.
That's probably the best for the story.
So we're looking at the galaxy map here. The nearest major trade hyperspace lane is going to be the Perlimian trade route, which you guys would be more closely located to because you're currently at the planet of Alam. So your first jump would get you to the Perlimian trade route, which would put you online with Deservo, Liana, the Column X, the wheel. You can get back to the wheel, although you guys didn't necessarily leave on the best of terms.
there.
What?
And left another
uh,
place on fire.
Rosh, my Capo, Lantilles, Geyser, Tanab. You can go take it all the way to more locally to the Perlimian trade route. Let's see, what would you be able to take? Actually, you don't even need a hyperspace jump. That's just a couple days travel. Not even like 2-3 days travel to the.
I think it would benefit us to jump to hyperspace, considering the fact that there's people coming this way. I don't think that doing a regular trip right now with the threat that is happening is a smart idea.
So then you'd probably jump directly to the wheel as a immediate factor because most of you have already been there and those coordinates are already locked in.
Okay. So the wheel, that's mid rim, right?
No, that's still on the outer rim.
The wheel is in the outer rim?
Let's see.
No way. It's a space station.
The wheel is located just above hut space, below the Gordian Reach.
Okay. Well, I mean, if that is a good location,
It's mid rim. Sorry, mid rim.
Yeah. So if that is a good location for a jump, knowing that it has like casinos and all that stuff, so there's like it's affluent, which would be beneficial for the little fleet that we have. I say that we make that jump.
I think Ego and Dove would probably be on board with that destination too, as Dove the repairs that she's made on her ship is probably only going to be able to make at least one jump, and that's immediate access to ship repairs. So they have a whole shipyard and everything at their disposal. So he would definitely need that stop at least. So that brings up another good point. Dove is probably going to want to stay behind at the wheels to maintain repairs on her ship and observe that. And then Ego is probably going to want to stick around with Dove just to watch her back.
So I think overall it's a good allocation that most likely everybody would have voted in favor of.
Yeah. And then those two could catch up to you guys either after your rendezvous with the ISB or while you're with the ISB, one of the two. Because they have the least amount of dealings with the ISB.
Yeah.
So I think Ego would probably be on board with maintaining that distance.
I will say though, I think the first thing that we should do, actually I'll do this in character, I think this would be when Raul joins the conversation with Chav and Oho. BCX. I think before we move any further, we should make sure that this ship doesn't have any particular tracking systems.
That's before we take off, so Chav can help.
If there's enough time to do it now, otherwise we might
I
need
have
to
a
take the rest.
scanner, which would probably help with this.
Expedite the process, yeah.
Very much so something that Chav would be looking at.
So this is while you're still on the planet of Elam.
Yeah.
Okay.
That would have been like the priority for all the moment that takes
Yeah,
Travis out.
yeah. That makes sense.
This would have been a conversation even like prior to that. Like the moment that they hijack the ship, first thing is this cannot be traced.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, go ahead and give me a perception check.
All of us
I'll give
are
you-
helping somebody.
Boost die for help, and then 2 boost die for using the hand scanner to try and identify a tracking device. And we'll call this a hard difficulty, challenge of 1, since this is a pretty high risk or a highly protected
Burn a token.
asset.
Burn a token.
Whew, 4 threats, 4 failures, 1 threat to beat.
Burn a token. Who has the better perception between the two of you?
Between the two of us,
Assu-
probably me.
I was gonna assume Oho. Sorry, Raw,
I
but I
have
mean,
no, you're good. I have two. I have 2 perception. 2
ability die or
Yeah,
proficiency die?
proficiency die. There we go. Couldn't find the word. 2 proficiency die.
Gotcha.
And then and a boost die for the goggles that I'm wearing, and then the 2 boost die that were given just now.
I don't have any boots. I just have 3 yellow, so it might be kind of like
From the math that I did previously, more dice in the pool, better chances of success.
right. So
Correct.
if you have
Like, get the highest number of dice and then try to make sure they're the best dice. So it sounds like Raw actually might have the better chances of success.
yeah, especially if you have the goggles and you have boost die.
Goggles, scanner.
Oh, the
Jeff.
goggles only give me 1 boost die. That's it.
So
And
how
then-
much you have total?
And then you're getting
so
1 for help, and then you're getting 2 for the scanner. So a total of 4 boost die.
Oh, I thought it was 3. Okay, so then yeah, I would have more.
Then yeah.
Meanwhile, Chav's just walking around like, if I was smuggling shit, I'd hide it there. If I was smuggling shit, I'd hide it there. Put it over there. Not under the bed. Everybody looks there.
I think all is probably going to say after we're done here and you go back to my ship, make sure you do the same. I didn't have time to check my own.
I'd say Raw's a little distracted with
Damn.
everything that's been going on. So that's why it's just flat
It's a
even
flat.
right now.
It is
Flat
nothing.
cancel.
Complete cancel. Not even a threat or advantage left on the board.
That's
Good
crazy.
golly, Miss Molly.
What to do with that?
Yeah, as you're looking over this shuttle, you're not picking up anything that would indicate tracking, which is kind of alarming to you. But as you're thinking about it, this guy has been on the run from the Empire just as much as you guys are. So him being able to stay anonymous or stay hidden is almost as required as it is for you guys to stay hidden.
I don't even think this would be a check because this wouldn't be something that would be like, quote, hidden. Does Chav even find a transponder?
No, you wouldn't.
So, like, flat out there, he's trying to hide his tracks.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe playing devil's advocate on the thing, but Chav would be under the assumption that this is beyond untracked because of who we took it from. Which he could be wrong, and then we all die, and we roll new characters.
Yay! I love being on the edge 24/7. It's great.
also get a
Always
sen-
edging. I mean,
You always get, and
okay.
you also get a sense that he probably didn't anticipate somebody jacking his ride.
Nobody ever expects the Nothwen Inquisition.
So,
I mean,
Open your
yeah,
doors.
as you're going through it, you're trying to be as thorough as possible with the amount of time that you have available to you. Nothing's turning up, and you're starting to come to the realization at this point, maybe this guy is on the run just as much as we are.
I think once that's set, if that's the case, then I suppose we should get going.
Aye, aye. And Chav,
I've gone through this top to bottom. That's all I can find. So
Chav takes back his scanner, goes, "Alrighty, keep comms open. See you on the way." And Chav goes to scan the M12, which probably is going to be him by himself. So I assume 2 boost die.
Yeah, I'll give you a hard. That's going to be a hard difficulty. Nothing too crazy. 1 failure, 4 3 threats to beat.
All right. I don't expect much going into it, but we'll see.
Jesus fuck.
what?
Seems legit.
As you go over the Starfighter, you start to pick up on a couple markings on this Starfighter as you really start to notice some clan markings on this ship.
I would have no idea what though, because Chav and Mando stuff
Yeah,
is not on the
it's
same
not.
ship.
It's not. Yeah, it's not open knowledge, but you do realize, start to notice some a couple of a couple of clan markings indicating that this possibly belongs to a clan of Mandalorians that it was stolen from.
Oh,
Well-
what did you do?
I fly better than them. So you know what, guys? I'm gonna actually write this into the story as it's kind of like going down, like Chav doing the quick check over, looking at the scanner, looking over this thing. Maybe it's Raw just kind of like, well, if you find anything, he's just gonna kind of, nah, it seems clean, and I guess we'll get in there. All right, I'll meet you guys up in space. Hey, low battery. What does that mean? We'll fix it later.
Oh god. That moment that the party gets wiped out because of low battery.
Oh no!
Yeah, we'll charge it later. I think it was fine.
See that flickering orange light in the back there? Yeah, that you need to change that.
It'll help out.
Atlas becomes like the moral of the story where that is like, you should buy Duracell.
Guys, I'm sorry. I left the charger for this on the Chimera. It's been impounded, and it's one of those. It's a macro USB, and people don't sell those anymore. That's so old school.
Just
Macro or
It's
micro
USB.
USB?
No, macro
Yes.
before the micro.
Ship Chav.
Okay. After you guys do a quick but thorough investigation over these 2 new shuttle transports and turning up nothing, you feel confident that these aren't actively being tracked at this point in time, and you begin your boarding process, loading up the supplies and fuel cells that Guy had generously left behind for you guys to utilize for your trip going forward, as your supplies have already been significantly dipped into on your trip out here. That being said, go ahead.
I was just going to ask if I could retroactively do any sort of roll regarding Oho's time on the Mandalorian ship, of anything that they may have noted or retrieved from the ship or perceived of importance when they were traveling to Korriban.
Okay. In regards to what for the
like
ship?
anything, like I mean, at that point, it's like they're all parts of don't waste anything. So I'm traveling through hyperspace to get to Korriban. While I'm on the ship, I'm like, is there anything useful or anything of relevance in this thing?
Okay, I'm trying to learn about the people that you just stole from. I like that.
Yeah. I mean, if all is nothing if not resourceful. So
That's fair. So let's go ahead and have you do a hard computers check as you try to kind of slice into their systems and try and get a general idea of who you are exactly dealing with.
While you're making that roll, I'm just saying, looking at the stats for the N12, that's a pretty nice ship.
It is. It is a very hardy ship.
It's a very nice little starfighter that I am okay with having this be my daily driver while
Oh,
we
you're
try
just
to persuade
you're just borrowing it for now. Thank you.
Yeah.
You're just babysitting for now. Don't worry.
Well, yeah, until my ride comes back from you know,
just
from
just
Double.
that's just now. Just now. Just now.
Yeah, until we get the Lancer back.
What was I gonna say? Can I add? I have this particular ability, actually called Codebreaker. So
Ooh.
anything to break codes, decrypt communications, I can reduce the difficulty, 1 rank.
You bitch.
Yep.
Noise.
So it's an average difficulty, which leaves my difficulty rating for you at 2 threats, no failures to beat.
All doesn't have much in the computer department, so this is a Hail Mary of sorts.
Okay.
Oh,
Guys, it has been 46 minutes into the session and we've passed a roll.
oh my lord.
I'm so proud of us.
We have a combined total of 1 success.
We are winning, guys. We are winning.
4 ones.
I will also say, do I have a chance to also do perhaps like a perception roll or something for things on the ship rather than the computers as well?
I mean, you would have had time to find things naturally, so we're not going to have you do a check for that. But to get into the computers itself, yeah, we needed to. You have to bypass their systems to security to dig into it. You identify the clan itself that the ship belonged to, the clan Viz. Or clan Vizsla, not Viz, Vizsla, sorry.
Just the clan Vizsla. Cool. Yeah, no, that's good. It's
Cool.
fine. It's fine, guys. It's fine. They're super nice people.
the
What did you
this-
do?
This is a scout ship that was you get a sense that they were kind of being sent out to try and locate isolated clans out in the regions of the Outer Rim to try and bring them back to Mandalore. So that you actually find that mission. Go out into the expanse of wild space. Locate isolated clans and bring them back to Mandalore for reunification.
Duly noted.
So, yeah.
What did we do with the Beskar again?
It's gone.
It's gone. Okay.
We turned it into wiggle fingers, according to Chef.
Our Mandalorian friend made off with it.
Mandalorian or Imperial?
The best.
I thought I couldn't remember
Imperial.
that one.
The Imperial pilot made off with the Beskar.
Great.
Well, you guys weren't paying attention to him.
Rat bastard. We'll see him again though.
Well, you guys did let him handle the Beskar for what reason I don't know, but you guys did.
We put it away in the ship, and the man decided that he was going to be greedy.
You let him delegate the whole exchange between Slade and him. I was like, okay, that's on you guys.
I don't want to be annoying, but does this mean that I could potentially give a boost die to Chav on that roll when he was scanning the ship? Now that I actually broke into the system,
I would say that computer check would have helped you identify a tracker. So this scanning was probably just to be thorough to make sure there wasn't any external tracking devices.
cool. Yeah, we'll say that if there was any, he would have made sure to use the systems once he broke into the system to
But
deactivate.
as far as any gear or equipment that you could find inside, you would have found a side a stowed sidearm, a blaster pistol, heavy blaster pistol. There was a holster attachment to this the cockpit by the right leg, with the pistol stowed securely in that holster, in case
Pistol.
in the events of like crash landings or whatever, they still have a means of defending themselves. What else would they have? Crash kit. They would have had a crash kit in one of the storage compartments on the exterior of the ship for survival, and a ration kit.
We're not gonna crash. I'm piloting this.
That is what you would have found prior to you reuniting with the group.
Okay.
But yeah, with the computer sweep, yeah, you find the mission that the pilot was charged with, and what clan he is associated with.
Did that mission come with any particular coordinates to start that search? As in, like, we're going to the Outer Rim. These are some locations potentially to explore.
Yes, there would have been some potential leads as to the location of some hidden of some possible clan sightings or tribe sightings.
Cool. He's gonna pocket that. Mine.
There would be like, I'm gonna say there's 5 locations listed of possible sightings.
Well, I think Oho is ready to take off after everything's done.
Yep.
He would have probably left all the items on the ship that he found as of for now, since they still have in possession of the ship.
Question for Rawl.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Bess, his project that he's working on, would it have been left on the ship or was it on his person?
The personality ship would have been on the ship. That's the only place he would have been able to work on it, on Korriban. You do have the makings of the beginning of the process. He didn't live long enough to complete the project.
Yep, that's fine. Rawl was going to grab that and the droid and take it over to this ship with Oho.
Okay.
Just in case that we have to sacrifice that ship, at least we know we want to keep this ship. So, yep. I think thematically, after everything's loaded, Raw went back to the VCX to grab like a last tool bag, and the VCX takes off, and Raw walks up to Oho, probably standing somewhere, making sure that everything's in place. And he walks up to him and stands in front, stares him in his eyes. So, we fly together again.
Yes, we do.
Can't I count on you to watch my back?
Oho looks at Raul for a long time, then looks away. I know it might not matter to you, brother, And I know it may not make sense, but everything I have done, even as I've been gone, I've done it to have you back. Not just now, but then and always.
That's not good enough. See, you didn't even tell me why you had to go. You just left. So sorry, brother. That's not good enough. And he's shuts down and walks onto the ship and goes to find his corner and starts putting things away.
You have plenty of space. The ship is massive in scale. The troop compartment itself, you can play a game of baseball in here. It's literally that big. So yeah, you traverse to the furthest side of the ship, giving your brother a wide berth.
Oho's actually,
Or Oho, sorry.
Oho is now going to, after a pause, after some time, he gives Raul space for a time. And then Raul hears in his comm, Raul, I need you at the cockpit.
Raw finally leading the droid to where it won't move in its place. Fine. Ed makes his way.
When you come to we're going through hyperspace and the coordinates are input and everything. And Oho sort of gestures for you to sit on the other seat.
He stands there for a moment. And then places his hand on the table, letting the cool feeling of the metal kind of center him. You think that you can give me a good reason as to why you left?
No. I cannot expect to give you a good reason because if I am honest with myself, I am not entirely sure why I did. But there is something that I would like to make sure I offer, because I do not think that we will have enough time later on. And then Oho taps this projector that is sitting on like the rest space in the middle of the cockpit between the pilot and co-pilot. And this map hologram turns on. You can probably get a sense that this is like outer rim close to the edges of uncharted space. And as he shows it, he says, "We have been called by Killbolt. Chab has plans of delivering the ship, as well as the Crypt Chasers. And we can do that. Or after we get to the wheel, we can take our chances and we can go and disappear. the things that have been awoken, that we have found ourselves caught in. I want to give you the opportunity, to give us the opportunity to try and find the peace that was taken from us so long ago. Because this battle doesn't end, brother. We have seen it. We have died for it before. And I do not know if there's a way to get off this wheel, or if you just have to keep doing it until you can't do it anymore. You're right. I couldn't tell you why I left, because it wasn't a thinking choice, what I did. It came from my guts. It was a feeling. Something pulling me in a direction I did not understand why, and somehow I felt it was necessary. I didn't want to leave you. You and I till the end. That's always been the case. But I thought, I believed that this pool could lead me to something that could help me fight alongside you better, to keep us alive more.
As as Oho spoke, Raw had been gripping the back of the headrests of the co-pilot seat tighter and tighter, and after, with the amount of brawl, I would say he kind of like bent the metal a little bit.
There goes the appreciation value.
Listen.
All of a sudden, this is worth 500,000 credits.
Right. Gone. I disappeared with you once. We were barely men then. You and I, we have seen things. Seen things that no normal person should see. And the common factor in all of it was you and I who had experienced it together. We were there for each other through it all. On Dathomir, when we had to leave, we were there. When we were just scavengers, living on crumb after crumb, we were there. When we joined the rebels and helped make lives better, we were there. It was us. And at a moment's notice, you just left that. Like it meant nothing
It's not true.
I felt you in the Force. I felt your presence, and you're telling me that we couldn't have done this together. Why was this any different?
Because we were no longer just us, Ral. Because as willing as we've always been to leave everyone else behind, this time it wasn't just us. And I don't think that we are the same that we once were. I do not know, and I'm not going to pretend to know who you are beyond what you are willing to share and tell me, and I'm willing to trust from what I know of you. But I know that riding with Chav, with Dove, you cannot deny to me that that felt different. And it wasn't just you and I watching our backs. If we were both gone, then which of us can protect them?
It's gonna take some time.
I know.
And I can't be on the ship here with you if I had to look over my shoulder. Can I count on you once again, brother?
If you will have me, I would like nothing more but to come back home to my brother. Get the fuck. Not you.
I'm willing to take at least one step. But you might not like what you find.
Trusting one another and protecting one another has never been about liking what we find. It's about accepting each other no matter what. I sense you through the Force too, brother. I felt like I was losing you to the darkness. And I will not lie, there's a part of me that still worries whether or not I still will. So I guess the question is, despite whatever bitterness you may have toward me, whatever resentment, are you still my brother?
Raw, who had been squeezing the back of his headrest so hard, freezes and suddenly lets it go. His hands fall into his sides as he turns and stares directly in your eyes. I have never stopped being your brother.
Good. Because we have work to do. Oh, this is true. We didn't get an opportunity to say this.
Now would be a good time.
This is something that the group didn't notice before. I'm going to say that after we left and we escaped Korriban, Oho had a lot of blood over one of his eyes. And then when we were resupplying, eventually he got a bandage for his concussion that also wrapped around one of his eyes, which he's been wearing so far. And when he says we have work to do, Raul, you see him reach and pull the bandage as you see the absence of one of Oho's eyes. The mark of burning scar across it. A lightsaber mark. And he just stares at you with the one eye that he has. If we are going to stay in this, we're going to have to train and prepare like we haven't done before. But I cannot think of a better training partner than my first training partner.
You know what this means. We have to go home.
Yeah. I believe we do. For now, though, we need to turn this ship upside down and try to find as much as we can. I will tell you everything that I know about this Inquisitor that I faced. But they have information. And depending on what we may find here, it could be information that's dangerous, but maybe somewhere down the line, beneficial.
But tell me this. And his eyes flick down to the holstered lightsaber. Do you fight for them now?
I will wield whatever power I can wield to make sure that in the end, you and I are both standing. I guess the question is, are we choosing to fight for something more than ourselves now?
As you pose this question to your brother, your thoughts, you can't help but find your thoughts wandering back to Lysa, as this coincides with the same conversation that you had with her before. You go down this path. Oh, I cannot go with you. You will be on your own.
In that conversation, Oho actually paused at that mention, and his brother came to mind. as he said to Eliza, I've never been on my own. And the day that I am is the day that my brother is gone. And the day that my brother is gone, I am no longer myself.
And I hope you go with the Force as your ally. Whatever end it may lead you. Take what you've learned from me, from the Masters. Use that knowledge. Let it guide you. May the Force preserve you and your brother.
Oho turned to leave and paused. Gratitude not being something easy for either him or his brother, due to the way that they were raised. But he manages to say, I will value everything that you have granted me. And should you ever need me, I will answer. And he turns around to look at Eliza. And taking a deep breath with a sincere gaze, may the Force be with you.
And also with you.
Flashback comes back. Raw restates his question. So, you fight for them now?
No. It's you and me till the end. But I guess the question is, do we still only fight for ourselves? Or have we learned to fight for something more? If so, let it be our choice.
Try not to let it swallow you whole.
They couldn't. I have you with me.
Fucking rapscallion. I've missed you.
I think Oho immediately stands up and goes for his brother
Yep. Agreed.
and holds him and just holds him tight. Just like the feeling of having him physically there, present, tangible, within grasp, hearing him speak and say things the way Raul and Oho would talk. It's almost as if he's just
Complete.
validating the fact that it is true, that it is that they're back, that he's there with him.
Yes.
And so yeah, I think he just once again sort of gestures to the hologram where he says, it is not too late still, though. If you would prefer to just disappear.
Unfortunately, I owe Chav my life. and it wouldn't be right to leave him behind, especially not with his own home planet in the lurch.
You see Oho leans against the chair of the pilot as he just looks at you and goes, I do have to say I have one concern. I'm not sure how good I am with Rawl the Righteous.
Listen, don't get used to it. Maybe this once I'll try it on. See how it fits. Wear it around a little.
So far, so good.
Chav and the M12 drifts by the windshield of the shuttle.
You guys done making out? You want to catch up with the rest of us?
It's totally the Ted Lasso Roy things like, you guys talk about me. It just
I imagine. So, is this all as we're all ascending? Into
This is you guys
the atmosphere?
currently
I
coursing
hope so.
through space. Yeah, you guys, you haven't made your jump to hyperspace, or actually, this would probably be taking place during your jump
During
to the wheel. So I would say it's probably about this point where we do. Your ship comes to begins to lurch forward as you decelerate through time and space and find yourself outside the perimeter of the wheel, the space station that you've once found yourselves at before, in pursuit of seeking work through the company of Isotech.
I am going to say that as soon as we jump out of hyperspace, I am pulling that ship the fuck away because that is an Imperial goddamn shuttle. I don't want this thing going through the customs or whatever parking structure these people have at the
That
wheel.
ship is not touching down at the wheel.
Correct.
The moment that we are out of hyperspace.
Oh, that brings up a good point. The Empire does have dealings here. They are all allowed to operate. Whether or not you want to bring the ship in is up to you. But yeah,
not to mention the fact
it's
that, technically speaking, we still have to do what we want to do, which is we want to explore this ship.
yes. Okay. So that being said, as you get to the wheel for the transport, there are two nearby planets located centrally around the wheel. There's Centaurus and Abhian.
Do they
It
have
has
to touch
RPGs.
down? Can they just pick a spot and
Can we go into orbit of one of these planets? It's
It's
probably
up to
better
you.
option.
I mean, yeah, landing by yourself is probably not ideal, but also being exposed out in open space is probably not the best idea either. Any stolen Imperial ship.
yeah, but space is vast.
Yeah. It's up to you.
I would say that probably if we jumped out of hyperspace to the wheel, we probably wouldn't have like jumped to be like super right away in it, but like with enough distance that we can like, traverse a little to get to the spot. So that way, if we want to keep the ship a little away and communicate, we can do that before we decide exactly what kind of touchdown or connection or contact or thing we're going to do. Because definitely, I wouldn't mind having V6 helping with the shuttle computers to get
Okay.
gather intel.
You mean R6?
R6.
Yeah.
I mean, Oho would give it a go as well, but he's not particularly, skilled with it.
Tarzan, would Chev know if everything that R6 does is like either logged
Recorded?
for Billbolt or tossed his way?
There's a good chance that, yeah, there's information being stored.
um,
And it's very heavily protected. We're talking ISB level protections.
Yeah.
I mean, I could try to crack into it, but out of all of us,
You could also risk getting blown up tampering with this droid.
Yeah, no, I think, yeah, because I forgot that R6 is actually an Imperial droid.
Yeah.
That being said, then
Not just an Imperial droid, an ISB droid.
So I think that being said, what I think would be is Oho would suggest to basically like divide and conquer with Raw. And so while, they'll do like take turns in different sections of the ship, but one of the things that Oho will probably take the most time like trying is to see if he can get stuff from the data and the information in the shuttle first. So he will take like he'll because they're through hyperspace. I don't know how long it takes this particular journey, but like he would take the time, and even after arriving, he would potentially like his priority is as long as it takes. He wants to just sit down with the ship and try to get as much as he can.
The distance from from the planet of Alam to the wheel was only 2 grid squares, so I think that's 2 days travel in hyperspace.
Okay.
How many die do you have in computers?
We just need an astrogation check to see if you can get there faster than that, or if you don't mind taking the maximum time.
I don't think we're in a rush.
No, and actually, Oho would have deliberately not attempted to get there faster.
Yeah, so we're moving as fast as the slowest hyperdrive in the fleet right now.
Okay, so then
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, so
I'll look.
It would be taking advantage of the fact of that to have the opportunity to talk to Rawl, because who knows how that was going to go. There was no way of knowing, and then whenever that was resolved, having to take the time to look at the ship and explore.
So no check necessary. That then you guys are not trying to take any shortcuts. So then maximum time.
We're putting a pin in it for right now.
Maximum time of travel 2.5 days. I'll say 2.5 days travel to get to the wheel from Alam.
Okay.
Yes. Go ahead and what's your first focus?
Just double checking, and I don't know what ship the crypt chases are in or the specs on it, but I just went through our fleet, and I think that we would be moving at the slowest pace that we have, and at least 2 of our ships are functioning off of a Class 3 hyperdrive.
I'll give the crypt chasers the same. They're just it's a U-wing that they're flying on. I think they have that.
I could look that up real quick.
The question is, Tarzan, being that Oho would want to take his time to basically attempt to spend time trying to break into the system of the ship throughout that time, how many boost dire things can I get potentially during the journey? Because he would just basically do a lot of his focus would be on the computer side, while Raul could be checking the different quarters and like chambers.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a daunting process because there is a bunch of security firewalls in place. Chav already bypassed some of it to make the ship operation flyable, but in order to get into the black box and try and figure out where the ship has been, what type of what's logged in its navigation system, so on and so forth. We're talking a more in-depth and thorough scrub of this ship's systems. So that's going to take a lot more time to do. You gotta peel away the layers of the firewalls that are in place. So I would say if you're dedicating your time to this, a day and a half of just straight cracking through code and trying to get through this.
He would put that time.
Okay. Taking your if you're going to take your time doing this, you can potentially reduce the time, but it will increase the difficulty to do so.
What if I'm also making this check?
Working together it would be the same difficulty, but I'll give you. What's your proficiency with computers?
One
How many
proficiency
ranks?
die and 2 ability, or sorry,
What?
3 ability.
How many ranks do you have in it?
Just one
You-
rank.
Okay. I'll give you. What's your intelligence?
4.
4.
Yeah.
And what's your intelligence?
Surprisingly, too.
Okay.
But I do have, like I said, my Codebreaker ability reduces 1 rank of difficulty and removes one black die from
So that,
checks.
yeah. Okay.
Actually, no, the 4 is incorrect. It should be 3.
Oh, 3? Okay. Well, that still helps you out. I would say you would probably start the endeavor, but Rawl kind of realizing what you're trying to do would probably take point in it as he starts to realize what you're trying to do, bypassing security firewalls, so on and so forth. So I'll say you would get 3 boost die from Rawl's intelligence. I'll still have you do the computers check, but you'll get 3 boost die from Rawl's intelligence and 1 boost die from his proficiency with computers. Instead of a challenge, a hard difficulty with a challenge of 3 or with a challenge of 1, your ability reduces it down to just an average hard difficulty. So there's no challenges to face off against, but it is still 3 purple die.
Gotcha.
I'll roll the difficulty on my end.
Oh, okay.
You just roll your computer skill along with the 3 boost die for Rawl's intelligence, a boost die for his proficiency, and then whatever else you have at your disposal.
Okay. Everybody okay with me using a token for this too?
Full send.
There we go.
Nice. Smacked it out of the park.
Okay. Perfect. Okay, so you, with the assistance of your brother, you guys begin to kind of work in synchronicity. Almost as if you haven't spent months apart. You guys revel in this sense of completeness, and you guys start identifying hurdles within the systems that one the other misses, and you guys begin to work in tandem, dismantling this firewall. It's 2 successes, 1 advantage still left. Instead of the day and a half, you do cut it down to just a day. By the end of the first night in hyperspace, as you enter into the final sequencing of code, you watch as the computer security system deactivates, opening up the ship's navigation systems to you, its flight logs, its manifests, so on and so forth. The whole Pandora's box unlocked to you. You begin to scan through every bit of information that the ship has to offer. Where it's been, where it originated from, its source of origin dated back almost 10 years ago. If not longer. I think it's probably longer than that. The ship used to frequent the system of Mustafar. However, it's been ages since it's last been there. and has been since retasked to various units within the Empire time and time again before it was requisitioned by the Lost Brother on a planet of, let's see where he would have acquired it. Dantooine.
As you were looking up this information, Raw, as he's going through, is also setting up like personal profile of the system for both Oho and Raw. So erasing all of like old passwords and stuff.
Yeah.
And putting new ones in. So
Changing the desktop background.
basically all of that. Get the whole feng shui thing going.
Setting it to night mode.
Correct.
You would
Oh
have-
my god, this guy had it in regular, like
Yeah.
light mode.
That's how you know that he wasn't
Absolutely.
the night mode.
Absolutely. You would take notice that this ship was acquisitioned by the Lost Brother on Coruscant.
Of course it was in light mode. He just left everything stock footage.
Yeah, as you're making your adjustments, you see you see that this ship was most recently acquisitioned on Coruscant, which kind of catches you by surprise that he would risk going that close to the Empire. But under the nose of the enemy is the best protection, almost, as you are very well familiar with.
Are there any communication logs?
Yes.
Are they accessible?
You access them, no problem, and you find a series of bounty postings. As this individual seemed to be determined to make it to Korriban, he delegated other points of interest to bounty hunters out in the galaxy. One to a planet where a feeble old man was sighted, rumored to have some kind of mystical command of some type of energy. He was able to perform extraordinary feats of strength. However, reports have been erratic, as he's as he's described to be manic, gaunt, and walks with a cane or a walking stick. Bounty posting was posted to acquire, target, and apprehend and bring to the Empire. And that person was sighted on the planet of Umbara, near Kashyyyk. Another posting in regards to an old woman rumored to be hiding out on the planet of Dantooine. Also listed to be traveling with a companion known to be able to perform extraordinary feats of unknown origin. The woman is perfectly described as an elderly woman standing about 5'6", long white hair, blue eyes, and you recognize the description as Eliza. and the posting or the last time you spoke with her was on Dantooine itself. You're not sure whether or not she's still there, but you know this individual has sent people out to target her and bring her in.
Is there a way to change or update the records of that bounty?
Not without getting to the not without going to the Bounty Hunters Guild
Gotcha.
and having the chain code necessary to alter the bounty posting.
That being said, what about reporting the bounty as claimed?
You would have to have proof, and
We can work on that.
yeah.
Noted.
A couple other postings of other other rumored possible Jedi sightings. As you start to notice a trend, with these bounty postings, he has sent out feelers to these other regions in the galaxy to try and locate possible sightings to prove that Jedi are still active out in the galaxy. Yeah, and then you get the flight logs and everything else. Yeah, you have the whole caboose and caboodle at your disposal.
I think Koho would suggest to Raul for them to basically make a copy of it, all the data, and then basically restart the system of the ship.
Wipe the logs.
Yep.
Burn the logs. Scrub the ship.
Take all the information, all the data, put it on a portable data spike or pad or whatever they have, and then just reboot the one on the ship.
Yeah, Raw has a spike or two lying around. Easily done. And we want to wipe everything, including the name of the ship in the database.
There is no name logged for this ship. The transponder box has been removed, as the Lost Brother did not want the ship being tracked by the Empire, so on and so forth. He too is a fugitive of the Empire, so he can't risk being tracked.
Got it. Okay, so we can totally wipe the whole thing. Awesome.
I think that at that point, Ho, once they have all of this done, is since we have all the information, it's a matter of getting to work and seeing what else we can find around the ship.
Right. You take that half. I'll take this one, I suppose. Split the work.
We should check in with Chav.
All right. Or Chav, and he'll just tap into his wrist-mounted.
Ooh, you're communicate. Yeah, that ain't reaching. You're in space, dog. You got to use the long-range communicator on the ship.
Oh, we haven't landed yet. Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
We're back at the wheel. You guys are over the planet of
right.
We're on the cockpit anyway, so we can use the.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, we will.
You haven't shown us which planet Centaurus or Bian, but you're over one of those two planets, staying out of the direct airspace of the wheel.
Okay. Putting in Chav's little backdoor to communicate stuff into the ship and dial him up. Chav, hello, Chav, you there?
5 by 5. I'm reading you clear.
Right. I hold up, bud.
I mean, this is a nice ship, and I'm gonna feel really bad when Oho does not get it back.
Oh, you're on speaker, by the way.
Yeah.
All right.
Always just like staring at the comms, like as if it's like staring. Like I think Chav could feel almost like he's looking at me right now, even though he's nowhere near.
Except he might be.
Except he might. The intensity at which he's looking at the comms, it's almost like you feel it.
Yeah. But Jav's sticking to his guns, the big guns that are on the ship. So
Very, very big guns.
Yeah.
Are you're at the wheel?
I guess so.
No, we said the. Are we? Oh, are we?
No. You
Dubs
guys
at the
split
wheel.
off.
I know Dub's at the wheel. Ego's at the wheel.
Chav
We
goes
split
where
off.
Chav's needed.
There's no way for Chav to be able to disembark the starfighter without, dying in the vacuum of space from the 12.
I have a flight suit.
Yeah. Then you run the risk of that starship just floating off in the vastness of space.
I'm not getting out of the ship. Not until.
So,
I am landed
Realistically, I would say the M12 would have went to the wheel just to get refueled, as you're going to need it for the jump. You don't have that much fuel for the ship.
somewhere.
That being said, you'd be able to access the VCX 100, where your droid and Scuttle are located.
I moved the droid. Oh, my droid. Yeah, gotcha.
So yeah, Starfighter would probably have long range communications, but I don't know if that would have been your guys' first choice to try and reach or not. That's up to you guys. Either way, you guys are able to reach. We're talking semantics here.
Yeah.
But either way, you guys do reach out to Chav. Where Chav is up to him. But I would assume at the wheel, because either way, he needs fuel.
Makes sense.
We don't get any hailings from our buddies here on the wheel, correct? The Isotech.
No, they relocated after the assault.
It'd be Logan. Okay.
Yeah, they're on their floating base now in space.
Never mind then. Right, we're about to ship down the ship top to bottom and see what we find. I have no credits, so whatever supplies you can get with yours would be good. And if you can put a couple extra barrels of fuel in storage, that'd be awesome.
Chav is gonna look at his data pad and see his balance of 111 credits. And
If
just
you
go,
need credits, I can help.
you know what? I mean, I'd appreciate the help. Just make sure that everything's good and stuff. Yeah, it should be great. This is my credit app, QR code.
Sure.
I don't know if you take Venmando, but whichever one it is, I take them all.
There's a direct line to the Mandalorian ship for Venmando, so
Yeah.
Perfect.
so yeah. But I suppose, Chav, you being the resourceful guy that you are, you probably don't need much more, right? But 50 credits will do to complete.
I mean, I can
45
get you
credits?
change. Well, I mean,
30
the
credits?
wheel, inflation.
I should probably keep it. At
I
10,
actually heard a nice TED talk or a guy talk rather about shrinkflation. It's going to be this big thing that people are talking about. What?
You're a smuggler.
Yeah.
So smuggle. Use that charm. You are so graciously have and just get us some shit.
before he can say anything, I'm going to transfer 6,508 credits to Chav.
So you're paying for a date. That's what you're
Okay.
paying for.
Jeff is just going to like kind of say "Ding," and just kind of, yeah, I think that about covers it. That should be roughly what kind of need to happen. So yeah, I'll bring any change. Absolutely. Yeah, and anything else? Well, you want to Bantha Burger? What are we looking at?
If you can find a good deal on some droid pots, then by all means see if you can lock it down. But otherwise, yeah, that's it.
No promises, but I do got Dove here, and she kind of knows what she's talking about, so maybe we'll find something.
I would not encourage you to delay much. However, if there are any contacts with access to restricted gear, do reach out.
I'm sure I can find somebody.
It is the wheel.
It is the wheel. Wheel's always turning.
The wheel always turns.
Big wheel, keep on turning.
Oho is looking between Brawl and the comms as they keep adding things, and he's just looking. I think Oho is literally at one point he's just looking at Raw like, I take it back. I think I am worried about you.
Just as Chav's about to start launching into song, silences the communication. Right, let's get to it. And goes off to his side of the ship.
At the mentioning of droid parts, Chav, for you, the dented droid pops up in your mind. You guys have gone there before to pick up some droid parts prior. Wouldn't be a bad place to check out again.
Yeah, we can give that a go.
Now you got that song stuck in my head. God damn.
You're welcome.
Do.
Oh, fuck. All right. Chav, all right. Let's go ahead and turn our scene over to the wheel. As you made your approach with the rest of the team, you guys are hailed by flight control to present your transponder codes for confirmation. And you get a little worried about yours, but being that
The scanner said it was fine.
yeah. Being that it's like a stolen Mandalorian ship, but what's the likeliness of the Mandalorians reporting their ship stolen?
Yeah,
Not the wheel.
and this is the wheel.
But despite that, you guys are all given clearance.
Half the battle of a grift is pretending like you need to be there. So
Yeah.
literally, like no hesitation on their like transponder code. He goes, "Yep."
Oh, I
It is
think
on.
Chav gets a last comm from Oho. By the way, Chav, the ship that you are borrowing originally belongs to a Mandalorian clan by the name of Isla. I would suggest for you to remember that name as well as their symbols that you found on the ship. I do not think it would be wise for you to encounter them or for them to see you as the person who is wielding one of their ships. If you do, you let us know.
Got it.
Chav,
I'm making a note in my
Sure.
database so I can't forget. Like,
repeat what I said to you.
I got it here. Clan Vizsla of I spelled Mandalorians wrong. I got it. There's a spell check. I
Scuttle,
got
dedicate
pictures.
Mandalorian symbols to your database, please.
I got pictures of the symbols in question. I got all the references there, and we're working with this is
While
not
Chav
my-
is doing the whole conversation, you realize that that Oho closed the comm and then called Dove, and now it's telling Dove the information. Like you're like, I got it, absolutely, I got it, and then Dove is just like, yes, and it's just Chavo is just like, I just let this chap know this about the clan Bislander symbols, just so you keep an eye on it.
Don't worry, I'll keep an eye out for him.
Thank you. And then just communication is off.
You guys make your way into the interior of the wheel, making your way towards the
Oh,
shop district.
I do believe that it's probably in Chev's best interest to change. We're going to be
That's a good
back in our mechanics overalls. I will
Ah.
make those necessary changes.
You don't want to be in your ISB uniform?
Probably not a good idea.
You sure you don't want to wear like a wannabe Darth Vader?
No.
Maybe
helmet.
like the official like dress blue uniform
Ooh,
version.
if this
Or
was
dress
a
brown.
day and a half, did we get any kind of a rest?
Oh yes, yeah. Strain is completely recovered for everybody involved. It was a 2-day travel hyper jump, so you guys would be able to recover 2 points of wounds as well.
Yay, Chev's fully healed.
What about my scattered senses?
Oh yeah, I have
You-
a critical injury.
Yeah, if you have critical injuries, you can perform 1 medicine check for the week, for the in-game week to try and remove that injury. The difficulty will already be listed with the injury itself. So,
Oh, I do remember seeing that. I just can't remember.
Yeah,
what it is.
So you basically click on the injury itself and it puts the difficulty, and then you just click
Got
medicine.
it. I succeed.
yeah, buddy. That means you remove the attempting to heal the head ringer. Yep, you remove the head ringer.
So do I.
No, nice.
But I get a headache.
I removed
Mm-hmm.
scattered senses.
Good job.
Yay, we're fully healed. Well, Chev is fully healed. I don't know about you guys. All right.
All right.
Not quite.
Okay. For Chav and the crew on the wheel, you have a couple of shops at your disposal. The Firelanders Outfitting and Supply, Hal's, an apartment behind the store, or the store with an apartment behind it. Extensive knowledge on common starships that pass through. The parts store is a one-stop shop for picking up common parts for ships, vehicles, and related equipment. So you can pick up stuff for your vehicle, for your starfighters, your starships, so on and so forth. Isotech office has been notably relocated and is vacant. Sinews Apparel still thriving. That's where you got some of your guys' survival clothing for the Jewel of Yav, or for Beyond the Rim, or the San Lore, I should say. And then the Dented Droid, where you can pick up parts for repairing droids. You can purchase semi-functioning droids, in addition to an impressive array of random parts scattered on shelves in half-open boxes. The entire place seems filled with beeps, whirs, and the hum of ratcheting gears. What's your guys' first stop?
Tarzan, I posted something on our chat here in case, just a thought.
Oh yeah, yeah. You did you did scrub those computers during the hyperspace jump, so that it is possible one of you could have docked with the VCX to, or yeah, one of you somebody still needs to pilot the shuttle.
We also
Um,
could have potentially gotten Chav to pay some discreet person to get a shuttle to pick us up.
That too. Or you guys could have sent the VCX to go pick you guys up after finding a secure place to land the shuttle. Because it's still within the same sector of the galaxy or space. So yeah, you guys could potentially all be located on the wheel if that's something that would have been ideal for Chav.
It does work out.
Or Chav could take on this endeavor on his own.
Hey, I'm down to clown either way. But I will say because apparently the mechanic's utility suit apparently is more encumbering than the ISB naval flight suit and the G suit together. Chav had to take off his training weights. So
Ooh.
Yeah.
He's not as heavy anymore. You are feeling kind of spry and a little light.
yeah.
Not rockly light, but you know, it's a noticeable change. Okay. So, for the sake of brevity, let's go ahead and say, yeah, you do make a quick trip back to Oho and Roll, where they secured a nice hidden location, landing spot for the T3, and we brought them back to the wheel for a little resupply, a little TLR.
Okay.
So that being said,
I don't know if Raw is going to join.
he did cause quite a bit of commotion.
Yeah,
Oh my God, he can be taught.
my face has been visible by several Rhodians.
Well, the Rhodians, there's a
That doesn't mean their presence is gone from the wheel.
it's
Rob wouldn't. Depends on whether Rob would know whether or not they're there.
yeah,
Correct. So, Raw, I don't think will join. I think
Okay.
will stay and watch. The
I'm gonna
ship.
say that being the case, I would probably say Chav does do this on his own as a preliminary lookout to ensure that maybe they are looking for you guys' faces.
This
I
is
wasn't there, so
okay. Chav's got this.
It's fine.
It'll be fine.
Okay. That being said, okay, Chav, what is your? I'm assuming you're going to try and make this trip, this little supply run, a quick endeavor.
In and out,
we can-
normal life.
We don't have to roleplay every interaction, but what would be your first stop?
First things first, securing the supplies that we need to actually keep going. That is number one.
That would have been handled by the dock itself, where you landed this ship. So that's already being taken care of.
Beautiful. How much time do I have left?
While your ships are being refueled,
Yeah.
that's going to take like probably 2-3 hours with all the ships combined.
Can I make it to the dented droid?
The dented droid, absolutely. The shopping district is not far from the hangar bay. They located all the shopping district purposely to be in between the residential district and the hangar bays, so you'd be passing
Just
through.
to keep everything above board, what does Chav owe people for resupply?
That is, let me pull up my document. Google Docs. I have it listed.
And how many ships is he paying for a resupply for? Because I think that Dove and Ego got their own. So we have to worry about the VCX, the M12, and the shuttle.
Yes. Well, the Starfighter, not the shuttle. The shuttle's on another planet.
Well, yeah, but I assume that it needs stuff.
Oh,
as
you're
well.
gonna buy additional fuel cells just to resupply the ship?
Well, yeah, I mean, we can't. If
You
this
got
thing's
enough
gonna run
encumbrance
out,
for it. Yeah, you could do it. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Fuel cell for 3 months supply is 5,250 credits plus pad rental. So what's my formula here? Docking fees are between 50 to 200 credits, being the wheel. This is a more independent company, so we're going to say this is a ballpark of 175 credits per day. Being that you're not here for a full day, you could haggle to try and talk down the price.
Absolutely.
So that would be a quick charm check from you with the Dockmaster. We'll give that a hard difficulty to try and negotiation. Sorry.
Can it be charm?
Nope.
Can it be charm?
Nope.
Can it please be charm?
Nope.
Can
One
I
failure,
use
3 threats.
a force token, my boys?
Yep.
Okay.
It's basically a shopping trip, so might as well.
Chaff goes to the wheel.
So Dockmaster's unwilling to negotiate price, and is unwilling to entertain any conversation with you. And has a hard set price of 175 credits per ship.
Oh no! I need the calculator.
And that's just for docking fees.
Oh shit! Please tell me that. Oh no, because they got themselves. So I just have to worry about the
3 ships.
docking fees for the M12 and the VCX.
Yes. Okay.
So 350 credits so far in docking fees.
So here's the fun part.
Yeah, it's not going to be fun.
Consumables, which is fuel cells, so on and so forth, is times the number of crew plus passengers aboard the vessel. So for the times 10 credits. So for the Starfighter, that's only one person in the ship at all times. The jump was 2 days. You have 2 weeks supply of consumables for the M12. So you only had to purchase 20 credits worth of fuel for the ship itself.
Oh, good.
The VCX, however, has a 1 month supply. It took you 2 days to get here. However, you guys did travel from Navarro to Korriban. Navarro is over yonder. How far is Navarro from Korriban? Where is it? Where's my notes? This is the fun part of running logistics. Midrim. Nope. Navarro. Location. There we go. Okay. Da-da. Oh, 07. Okay. There we are. Okay, not too far. There it is. So this 1, 2, 3 grid squares. So that's what? 3 grid squares to Navarro, from Navarro to Korriban.
That's what, 6 days?
6 days, yeah. So 6 days to there, then 2 more days to the wheel.
So 8 days total.
So you have a week and a half of supplies to buy. The ship itself holds you only have 2 droids on that ship, so you didn't really have to burn too much oxygen.
With that guy provided supplies for the crew.
Oh yeah, from Alam. Yeah. Okay, so let's say with that would have only forced you to buy 2 days worth of supplies with Guy's donation. So yeah, that's another 20 credits for the VCX, because the droids didn't consume any oxygen. Okay. And then you're going to buy supplies for the Delta Class T3. They had 2 passengers aboard. They traveled all the way from Dantooine, was it? Oh, they traveled from Coruscant to Dantooine, Dantooine to Korriban. And there's no resupply on Dantooine, so that's a straight shot. What's their consumables? 3 months. So we're looking at over two weeks worth of supplies consumed to get there. Again, Guy did give up some of his supplies. That would bought you at least a week's worth. Yeah.
I mean, that kind of works out with what you said for the VCX anyway. So if things were evenly distributed.
Yeah. A week's worth, so that leaves you with 1 week's worth of so you get a rough idea that you need to buy at least 1 more week's worth of fuel cells for the T3. So that's going to be times 2 passengers. What's the formula? Space times the number of crew, 2. 2 days, so that's 4. Passengers aboard times the 10 credits, so 40 credits. You need 40 credits worth of fuel. There we go. So 20, 20, and 40. So 80 credits in total for all the resupply of fuel.
Okay.
Ooh, math. Motherfucker. All
All
right.
right. So with that being said, alrighty, I can reduce that. So Chav has left 6,189 credits.
All right. Okay. And then you're going to make your way to the dented droid.
Aye.
All right. Let's go ahead and take us there. That's not where I want to be. Where did my ship go? Where's my files? There we are. Beyond the Rim. Businesses. The dented droid. All right, there we go. All right, you make your way into that dented droid on the hangar deck. The mechanic, Gila-san, is located inside. A Celestin who keeps the shop running. Her work is competent, but barely organized and not terribly fast. Long flaps across the face, poofy cheeks, bulbous dark eyes, and some swath of hair tied back in a tight bun, as she is currently working on a decommissioned droid that she was commissioned to work on. You walk through the threshold, and the door blings, and she turns her attention over to you. One moment, just making a quick adjustment to this droid.
No worries. And Chav busies himself with the nearest shelf, pretending like he's browsing.
She finishes as quickly as she can, tightening down a component onto the droid before standing up, wiping her hands off on a cloth that she has hanging from her waist, and turns her attention over to you. Yes. Hello, my name is Gila-san. Welcome to the dented droid. What can I do for you?
Yeah, I got a buddy asked me to stop by. He's busy with the thing real quick, and he told me to ask you for droid parts.
Anything in particular? We have a wide assortment of parts available for purchase. Mandibles, clamps. Do you have anything in particular you're looking for?
Chav stares uncomfortably long because he was told, and I quote, droid parts.
Huh.
Chav does ships. Chav does not do droids.
Well, we have
what you're looking for.
we have motivators, we have personality chips, albeit basic in operational scale. We have components that for attachment to accentuate your droid's capabilities. We have SCOMP units for integration with computer systems, repair kits, so on and so forth. Anything catching your ears, large flappy ears?
Raw had said specifically a good deal, quote unquote, on droid parts.
Well, we
That's
got to
very-
find droid parts first, and
Correct.
apparently that's not specific enough.
Correct.
So you know what? I'll roll with that. Thank you, buddy, for narrowing it down. So then he's gonna. I'm looking for droids parts that I can get at a good deal.
Sela gives you a quizzical, not Sela, Hila gives you a quizzical look
As she should.
as you still kind of leave it very open-ended for her. Let me see what I can pull up. And she walks to the back.
While she's
That's-
in the back, like Chav just kind of like, take your time. I'll be right here. Yeah. Alrighty. Second that she walks in the back, roll.
Before he
Jab.
answers,
I am
that's where we're gonna go ahead and take a break. Let's go ahead and take a quick 5-minute intermission. Resituate yourselves, get yourself some water, so on and so forth. We'll be back shortly. Don't go anywhere. All right. Welcome back, all you wonderful Derby Dicers. It's your boy. It's me, God. Just kidding. Okay. We return to the interior of the dented droid as Hila makes her way back from to the front of her shop with a little data pad in hand. She begins scrolling through to find something that could possibly entice this individual's.
If she starts listing, Chav just opens the comm to Rawl and lets her talk.
But yeah, as she's scanning through, being relayed by R6 via the VCX, Rawl, you get a hailing from a panicked hailing from Chav.
Yeah, panicked is the apt word.
Where is Rawl right now, would you say?
Back on the T3 on either Centaurus or Abion. You guys still have not given me an answer on what planet you guys would have chosen.
Go.
Centaurus.
There you go.
Like
All
where on the ship? Because like while Chab was doing his thing at the shop.
Yeah, you guys are currently turning over the ship right now. Rawl, you're currently in the troop compartment. You're more so turning over the officers. What's it called? Cabin. Officers' cabin, as they would have a separate compartment for them to be able to rest apart from the troops. And it's a 6x10 cabin, not very spacious, but enough to have a bunk, a writing area, a place to get refreshments, so on and so forth. Very condensed but livable space.
Chav, what is it? Seriously busy, knee deep in trash. This guy was not very clean.
What's going on? What's going on? You fucking set me up, you prick. You sent me in here, and now I look like a fucking idiot asking for droid parts at the droid parts store, all right? Fucking, do you know how many parts go into a droid? Apparently a fucking lot, okay? So I need to know what kind of fucking parts you're looking for.
Chav, breathe. Just think of it like you're shopping for your many ship parts for your perfect cruiser.
And you start scanning through the shelves, and all you're seeing is servos, gears.
Yeah, exactly. So Chav's gonna be like, "Oh, well, I don't see any fucking, carburetors up here, or any exhaust ports, or anything like that. I don't think that those are things that kind of go in. I'm sorry. Does your droid run on fucking ion fuel? Is that what we're talking about here?
Ion cells, yeah.
Ion cells? Is that what happens?
Your guidelines are anything lethal and anything that resembles a droid brain, whatever that is.
You don't even know what fucking parts you're looking for.
There's so many different kinds, Kev. I do not have the time to give
put Oho on the fucking comms right
now. Tab, just look for droid motivators, okay?
To be fair, Rawl does need a droid brain, but more importantly, he does need a personality chip. Rawl, you would know that.
Yes, I would. But there's so many different
You
kinds.
have a motivator already, but you need no, actually, you don't need a droid brain. Droid brains are for integrating a droid into a ship without a physical body. So, I mean, unless you're actually trying to get that, but I doubt you're going to find that at a fucking recycled parts store. There's a chance.
Chad, what do you want?
Can you fucking interpret what kind of parts your brother needs for his goddamn science project? Fucking, I don't know what he just said. Droid parts, and now I look like an idiot more than usual.
Find that hard to believe, but all right. Raul, what kind of droid parts were you needing from Chev?
That's what I asked him, but no, I just ask. You know, things like for your ship, because
I
obviously
need-
ships are droids.
I need lethality and intelligence. That is what I need.
Oho turns to the com and says, Chev, just ask for droid parts.
Just pulsating vein.
Oh, literally just like leans the com to his ear because he just wants to hear Chev.
It's like it's very quiet, just like a bit. I don't know if the mic will pick it up. Just
Yo,
he's just
it's like you never left.
fuming.
I fucking love it. That's hilarious.
He's losing his mind and just like,
Sorry,
Go
I
on.
was
You're
all
fine.
right. Chev, Chev, I'm sorry. I said I was going to help you. What he meant was good droid parts. Just ask for good droid parts. For droids.
oh,
Would you like me to send you a data pad message with the notes? Droid parts.
Oh, for the love of, and you hear, because now you're talking to Oho, you hear Raw in the background. Fucking Christ. And he just starts hand jamming a list of things.
You hear a ping. You hear a ping on Dove, and then Dove tells Chav.
don't you?
Oho is
fucking
telling you. Sends a message to Dove to say to Chav, tell Chav, and I quote, tell Chav, get droid parts.
I'm gonna leave all
And
of
then
you
after this ping,
in
you
deep
get
space.
another ping, and it's a literal whole page of different names of droid motivators and personality trips and weapons attachments and things of that nature. And also you will see a I don't know if they would sell it here per se, but it is a cybernetic interface for interfacing with a droid.
For a cybernetic augmentation for a person.
Correct.
Ooh,
It's
yeah,
to
you're not gonna
connect,
find that here.
to connect to a droid, so it's a 50-50 chance that it could be here too. I don't know.
So what I will say is, like, in the midst of the good droid parts, and hey, Oho told me to tell you to look for droid part, and like as all that's happening, Chav devolves into very much so Joe Pesci's character in Home Alone. And just like it just sounds like gibberish that is supposed to be cursing of some kind, and that's when the list comes through, and then there's a pause, and you just hear. Thank you. Clunk. And Chev turns around just in time for her to come back out with her list, as Chav kind of has his own, just like forcing like customer service face.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So, you're looking at buying a personality chip for the droid to make it to allow it to operate and think on its own without being remote controlled.
I'm
So,
certain that the list has options of what Rawl is looking for, and if these do not meet those specifications, Chav is going to say no.
Donuts. Sorry, I've been watching a lot of Critical Role. Where is the Biofeedback regulator, escape circuit, network slicing up link, neural search override switch. What you're looking for in
Yeah, no,
terms of,
biofeedback regulator lets you have more cybernetic implants.
yeah.
What? No, why would Chev need to know that?
I mean, you are in cahoots with a cyborg.
What?
Hmm.
What? Me? Never.
Yeah.
A smuggler in cahoots
Me?
with a
In
cyborg?
I don't even know how to cahoot.
What?
Okay.
Cahoot?
So,
Owls?
Gila
Spectre.
begins to go over a list of alterations that you can make to a droid. So we have fist weapons that you can implement onto a droid, expanding their capabilities in hand-to-hand combat. We also have implementations for shields. You can have a wrist-mounted blade or vibro weapon of sorts. We have integrated wrist blasters, solid projectile pistols, albeit those are rudimentary and are prone to malfunctions, as opposed to energy-based weaponry. We have droid directive templates or personality chips to be more
You can say it, layman. That's fine.
layman.
That's
Yes,
is what
thank
what
you.
I'm here.
Thank you. Anything in particular you want the droid to be able to operate? Do you have a set directive that you would like the droid to enact on its own?
Raul, would you have listed here what types of directives and commands that the droid would do on its own that Chad could?
So,
have this run?
Raul, you do have a assassin's chassis, but it does not have any directives whatsoever, as it is integrated into a personality chip.
So we want
so-
to set this up as a protocol droid, right?
Kill with the utmost brutality is Rawl's response.
Alrighty. So yeah, well that would have been what he has on the note, and Chad's gonna look at that note and just go, so this
So we have
this
chips for
droid-
labor directives, combat directives, translation.
combat for sure. Making like a security kind of deal here. Yeah.
Are you trying to hint at something more explicit than just combat directives?
Since I'm a layman, why don't you just tell me what kind of combat directives you have, and we'll see what's possibly gonna fit.
Oh, the combat directives is a more controlled contraband by the Empire, but it's there are directives beyond just combat, elimination. And those are more associated with assassination droids, which is explicitly controlled by the Empire.
Right. I gotcha.
We at the wheel operate out under our own jurisdiction alongside the Empire's jurisdiction.
And Jeb kind of like gives a look of like, so what are you telling me? Do you have this or not?
Is the line open still?
No. After all of that bullshittery, he closed the line. He doesn't want to talk to you anymore. You gave him the information he needed. Done with your bullshit. It's been 2 days having the two of you back.
So, if one were to have an elimination directives personality chip at their disposal, this would allow the droid to have more brutal directives at their disposal. That being said, this directive chip would be frowned upon if it were to be found on any droid or any person. So this would be a very hard chip to come by. That being said, it would also be very pricey.
Chav's just like leaning in even more. So you telling me you got it or not?
Go ahead and give me a cool check.
I don't want to do a cool check. Chav's not the
average-
cool person.
Average difficulty. She's kind of trying to sell something. So she's not really being. She's being coy, but she's not being coy.
Could I talk you into a charm check?
Cool is more.
Or skullduggery.
Skullduggery is for
talking
stealing
about-
shit.
Well, we're talking about contraband.
We're talking. It's got to be cool because it's her trying to say something without saying something. It's not a hard difficulty to beat. Zero threat, no failures, 3 threats to beat. So all you have to do is just succeed. You bitch.
I asked for any other check.
You can
But it
take
makes
light side point.
It makes sense.
Freaking droid parts, light side
Yes.
point.
Yes.
No, it makes. I like this role because it makes sense. Like she's trying to like hint at it, and Chav is just not picking up on it just at all. Yes, I have it.
Alrighty, so then say a number. What are we looking at here?
These directives are not easy to come by, so I'm looking at a ballpark about 5,500 credits.
Alrighty. Back burner for now. What else are we looking at?
Okay. Programming chips for personality. These are a little more affordable, as it seems that you are looking for. We have defensive programming chips, behavioral optimization, program pattern, eccentric personality chips that allows them to develop more, a personality over time. The more they interact with their world. Archival functions. This prioritizes categorizing and organizing information as they go forth with you on your adventure, on your treks. Random. There's a positive quirk chip that we don't know what's on it. It just you plug it in and hope for the best. It doesn't. It adds from the suppliers. It's only a positive outcome. They just upload a random positive quirk into a chip. These ones run about 25 credits, and you get one positive, a potential for one positive personality trait. Other than that, there's broad utility, adaptive programming, limited programming. This upgrades limited programming upgrades the difficulty of skill checks for.
What's a skill check?
Sorry, it's above and in-game talk here. At the same time,
I'm fucking with you.
this upgrades their. It limits their ability to function in certain fields. If you want them to stop, to prevent them from going beyond their directives, you implement this this personality programming into the droid to keep it from going beyond its directives.
Yeah, it doesn't sound right.
It's like a restraining bolt without having a restraining bolt.
All right.
Yes. Yes. How much?
Is that on the list? Is something like that on the list? That looks like no.
No.
That looks like no. So it's up to Chav's interpretation,
However,
which is Rawl limiting his creation. That doesn't sound like Rawl the Chav.
However, you will see on the list if there are any chassis mounts, things to mount other types of things.
And that was already listed off earlier with arms and whatnot. For motivators, we have different types: cowardly, loyal, resourceful, overly literal, arrogant, patience, enthusiastic, impulsive. So on and so
Wait. Did I just arrogant was one?
Yeah.
Is that like
it's-
cheaper? Is there a discount on that one?
Roll a negotiation check.
Can I talk you into a charm check? I
I'm
will
just
ask
negotiating a
every
price.
time.
It's literally negotiation.
I will ask every time.
Why? Trying to
Same
talk down a
thing.
price.
You just have to succeed. Thank
There you
God.
go. Okay.
I mean,
Oh.
I'm only asking because like having an arrogant droid doesn't seem like the most endearing quality for most people. So I don't imagine that there's a lot of demand for this. And if you got the supply and
Well, I've been sitting on it for some time. Yes. For this motivator, I'll sell it to you for 100 credits.
okay.
Otherwise, we have cheerful, pessimistic, unhinged, reliable.
Unhinged.
This will produce unpredictable results if you do choose to take that motivator.
So you're telling me that I can get an unpredictable motivator and an unpredictable personality chip for like 125 credits?
The 25 credit mystery prize thing.
Oh, that's an add-on.
Yeah.
Oh, the random positive random positive quirk. Yes.
Okay, so still need actual personality chip.
Correct.
That's just added on. Okay.
So
All right.
yeah. So you can get the unhinged for. Oh, wait, no, you were talking about the arrogant.
So
Arrogant.
arrogant, you said was
It's
100, but then unhinged was listed.
Yes, unhinged. She is charging quite a bit more for that because you get a sense as a means of deterrence because if you buy this, you know you're putting yourself at risk buying this motivator. So it's like a liability fee. You buy this,
So-
you're buying it at your own risk.
Yeah. What? Maybe this isn't above table. What is the risk?
The only certainty with this droid is that its decision can't be predicted. Literally, when it's listed.
Oh,
I put a lot of power in your hands, Tarzan.
You put all that,
Literally.
you put this decision in Chav's hand with Oho's money. I have no fault here.
This motivator is running for 375 credits.
That's really not bad.
It's exponentially more expensive than the other ones because of the amount of risk that in implementing this motivator poses.
Above the table, please at least get the inhibitor. Please, because I swear to God, if we have no way to control this thing, we could die.
An assassin droid that's unhinged and has random personality upgrades.
I'm here for it for the canonical story.
I will say
okay?
what we want that for is whenever we need to get away or leave some mess behind in an enemy area to implant that on a droid from their ships.
I mean, that's not an easy task, but yeah, you could do it.
when are we taking easy? When have we taken easy? We
we
literally just went to Korriban where we're talking to the spectral dark side Sith presence of a guy who was controlling all the animals on the goddamn planet.
Precisely.
Oh man, this is too much power to hold.
I mean, go ahead and get it. Doesn't mean that Rawls gonna put it on there. He's gonna scan all the parts before he puts them on there.
Yeah, Chev will give you the scanner.
I fucking love this. This is hilarious.
Oh my god. Oh.
Chad, what is this personality chip? It's coming up blank.
I think that she said it was titled the Good Boy Personality. It was a steal.
Imagine the first thing it does when it gains its own consciousness is it immediately starts fucking shooting everything.
To be honest, for Rawl, that would be Best Boy.
Just has a World War III like
Flashback.
PTSD attack. Like,
So I do, as a player, have the tiniest bit of reservation of completely fucking this all over, and that is knowing how long Oz has been trying to put a fucking droid together.
listen,
As you guys have your own little fucking army of droids at this point.
But he's wanted his own. The ones that we were given aren't his own.
per the instructions that you were given was lethality and brutality. So
And also a good deal, which
and a good deal.
arrogant for 100 credits sounds like a good deal. He might do what you say, but he's gonna condescend the fuck out of you while he does it.
Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? No. It is an assassin droid.
Oh
Listen.
man!
all right. Focus.
What was the hang on? Real question. What was the price of the inhibitor? The restraining bolt?
The limited programming. Limited programming is
The stranglehold protocol.
that one's 150. Yeah, basically stranglehold. Yeah, this will limit its ability to. I would say probably directing this programming towards its discipline, because that will contend with its ability to break your command away from your commands. So if
it's going to go against my discipline,
it's
going to inhibit it.
Whenever it wants to do its own thing, it has to do a discipline check. If you limit its discipline to that will keep it in line with you.
Got it. Understood. Okay.
So if it succeeds its discipline check, then it gets to do what it wants to do.
Okay.
If it fails its discipline, then it has to listen to you.
So I'm looking at all this, and there's some things that line up that would be kind of nice. That we're looking at 250, maybe 275 credits, which does altogether still bring us under the total the amount of credits that Chev has with him at the moment. But weapons was also on the docket. So prepping for that, what is next most lethal personality chip behind the assassin that would cost less? Like, what's the budget option?
Combat directives. That would put it at a the elimination directives was a 5,500.
Yep.
So combat would be half as much, so about 2,500 for combat directives.
It's not bad. Those upgrade later.
Yeah, just below half of elimination. So yeah, 2,500 for a repair combat directive, making it more effective in combat.
Okay. $2,500 plus 150 is 2,650. Plus 100, 2,750 plus 25 at the very least. 2,775 is what I'm looking at currently.
Chav,
We have a
check side chat.
Okay, how much you want to be a sugar daddy here, buddy? Mr.
As long as it is not some random thing to create chaos. If it's useful, I'll put out.
Might be useful in Shav's eyes.
No, it's useful in Ojo's eyes.
In God's eyes.
Yeah, in guy's eyes.
In guys' eyes too, because maybe who knows? Maybe I'll ask him for a loan.
Alrighty. Okay. Still same question though. What are we looking at for weaponry?
Weapons.
Armaments, as it were.
I mean, energy pistols, blaster rifles, same. Actually, there's no weaponry here. This is a droid parts store, so there's no weaponry here to be found.
Does his droid need like mandibles or other attachments to use weaponry with the personality chips that we have spoken about?
Yes, you can get this droid has its own mandibles in place, albeit it's just for manipulating weaponry. You can upgrade those appendages to make for like a blunt weapon, a fist weapon. You can turn one of the arms into a shield, so on and so forth. So that's up to you if you want to try and convert one of those arms into something else or make it more versatile in combat.
Does the chassis of the droid that I have now, does it have the ability to add additional arms?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, no. Not without compromising its current structure, and then you would be creating an entirely unique droid itself. It wouldn't be the HK model that you acquisition.
Correct. But the reason why I'm asking is because I have like Tinkerer and Jury Rigger.
I would say you could probably try to manipulate the current servos in where the arms are currently attached, and to try and compensate to add additional arms. It may fuck with the overall build, however.
You want to turn this thing into General Grievous.
Because the build is already balanced the way it is to allow it to operate at its full functionality. Adding additional stuff to it, aside from weaponry, could potentially set off its balance motivators, so on and so forth. So you run a higher risk of throwing this droid off, trying to add stuff like that.
As I am trying to add the Catorcia shield to the droid in the future, yes, surprise.
Ooh, you're giving the droid the shield, okay?
Yes.
So yeah, you could. I mean, you could buy the shield arm attachment.
I was thinking on making it more like how do you say the word, like a scarab kind of thing, where it's on his back, hence the extra arms.
So rear protection. I mean,
Correct.
Or if you make this thing quadrupedal, just then it's a turtle. Tarzan's making a face. I don't think that it's going to work.
I mean,
I would have to break the shield down. I'm thinking.
yeah, the shield itself is larger than the torso of the droid itself.
Good. Maximum protection.
And then you're talking about attaching it to its back. That's going to limit its storage capacity. So it wouldn't be able to sling weapons or anything like that.
If I cut the shield in half and attach it to either of its arms, could that work?
Can we cut it in half?
I mean, yes, theoretically, because I have a Catorsis blade.
Cortosis on Cortosis does. I don't know if that. I don't think that would necessarily work, but I mean, heat
Sounds to
treatment.
me like you'd need a forge, to try to accomplish that.
You gotta.
I mean, that's just me, and I'm no metallurgist, especially when we're talking about theoretical metallurgy.
Yeah.
All right.
You'd need. That's gonna be beyond just trying to cut it with.
Can be done, yeah. Correct. so
at a risk,
guess,
yeah.
I guess to put on the list like additional servos or servo improvements,
repair parts and whatnot. Yeah.
Yeah.
You got an interesting idea. We got to figure out how that would be implemented and see what we could do. But Cortosis on Cortosis, that's not gonna happen. We definitely need a forge or something like that to try and pull that off.
So it's not a diamond situation.
So we're gonna go to Mustafar. We're just gonna give it a little dunk like it's an Oreo, and then we're gonna hack at it with your Cortosis.
But other than that, you can get an additional arm or two for 10 credits for the material. So 10 credits per arm. These are rarity of 0, so it's not too hard to do. There's weapon or blunt weapon and fist weapon parts, arm parts for 10 and 5. The blunt weapons are 5.
We can just take some of the many weapons that Raul has and give it to his droid.
And then there's vital weapon arm attachments that you can purchase for 200 credits. Actually, let's make sure that she has that. Where I say that.
Raul has vibro weapons. That's fine.
No, this is like integrated weapons into the arm. Let's see. Let's do it polyhedral.
Trev doesn't know.
I have a vibro knife. That's it.
Hey, she even has a hidden powered melee weapon arm attachment. So
okay, that does sound pretty hot.
So like an arm that has a retractable electro staff or force pike that extends out.
That's dope. Let's get it.
That's 400 credits times the rarity. Where's my rarity table here?
Never mind. That's a lot.
Hang on. We have a sugar daddy, remember?
Shopping.
We're not trying to buy Rawl's affection here.
Damn, is that what's happening? Shit.
This is restricted? No, it is not restricted, so there is no contraband tax.
Hell yeah. It's just basic things.
Okay, so it's a rarity 4, so it's a times 4 cost. So 1,600 credits for the powered melee weapon arms.
1,600.
Okay. So, before I start making totals and stuff, is there anything that you are thinking that we are missing? That is an open-ended question to everybody else in the room.
Stim packs. You guys definitely need to resupply on stim packs.
Yeah, stim packs. Honestly, anything medical, because I don't know how full Dr. Best left his place.
I mean, you still have the medical droid.
Yeah, if it was empty, then Dr. Best would be fine, because it was all used. But so it should all still be there.
Yeah, you got the B4 medical assistant droid still standing by, patiently waiting for Dr. Best to return because you guys haven't told him that he's gone. Um,
He's just taking a vacation in Ilum. It's
So
fine.
so anyway, about this
Left his
price
partner behind.
Oh my god.
Dr. Bess went to retire on a farm.
Farm.
upstate.
On Tatooine. Moisture farm on Tatooine.
Moist.
Where he gets to play with all the other doctors.
That's so sad.
Oh God.
All the
Okay.
other doctors with too many
Okay.
credits.
Let's keep
that I'm
let's keep
sad
the
are
story
not here.
going. All right.
Oh, we're making the
Years
story.
with the fall.
Oh
This
my
is the new
god.
story now.
Okay. So what are we acquiring? What are we buying? You gonna go with that the actual best motivator? 375 credits.
I don't think so. So yeah, since it sounds like we don't need Stimpaks, we just resupply people from the VCX with whatever Best would have had.
Oh shit, yeah.
So that all being said, sounds like in Chav's mind, we're doing. Okay, we're going to very patiently call. Oh,
Yo,
Yes.
any chance
hanging
you
upside
got,
right now somewhere in the ship.
any chance you have a little bit extra for your brother's science project here? And I'll tell you what I'm looking at. What the fuck, mother? God, you moved things. Okay. So that would be 65. 250. 75. I need about 1,200 extra credits to cover what I'm. Wait. Yeah, that
Did you
works out.
factor in the price for fuel and all that already?
I already took that out.
Okay, cool.
That's why I did that first, because this is all the extra bullshit. Yeah, I said it.
Listen.
After resupplying for all the ships, I got 6189. I'm looking at a total here that would probably end up being 73. We'll call it a 74 for extra parts for repairs and potentially additional arms, which this lady said that's a bad idea for these, but hey, you put it down there. So
do you need 1,200 more?
1,300. Yeah, 1,311 if we're being specific, and then I got no more cash.
You get you get 1,500.
Ooh, daddy.
You are a saint. Remember that I said that.
Sorry, what did you say?
Click. So alrighty. So now that I have new total up in my calculator, I will actually buy all of the things. So as you're writing down the things that you have, I'm calling them out.
Okay.
I am spending
Oh.
5,500 on the assassin personality chip. Okay.
Okay.
Alrighty. We are also getting, where did I put it? The Go-Go Gadget Vibro Staff, which is 1,600.
Okay.
The the limited programming thingamabob, which is 150. The best motivator, which is the arrogant run, one for 100. I'm gonna get 2 of the mystery prize chips, so a total of 50, and then spending 50 more for additional arms, quote, extra parts, which leaves Chav after Oho's generous donations with 239 credits.
How much you say you were spending on the arms?
50, so like 5, because he said additional arms slash like additional parts to kind of fix if things come up in the future. So 5 of that, whether that's 5 actual arms or if that's 5, you can add part back to your droid, whatever the mechanics are.
Yeah. Repair kits.
Yeah. Works for me. And then we have 239 credits left over for all the prices as listed. Chav knows how things go. It's not going to be too much. Chav's going to bring that down to an even 200. He's going to give her 39 credits for her patience and her wonderful customer service.
Gila, after ringing you up for all the supplies that you requisitioned, would you like this delivered, or are you looking to take this to back to your shuttle yourself, or?
If is delivery included?
Yes.
Okay, then I got a ship that I can meet you there. It's on docking bay 69420.
69240. It'll be delivered shortly.
420. You're just double checking. Don't want you to go to the wrong docking bay.
420. Got it.
Yeah.
We'll have that delivered within the next 15 minutes. We do require signature upon delivery, just for verification purposes.
Yeah.
And we'll have that out to you shortly. It was a pleasure doing business. Thank you for choosing the Dented Droid. Have a great rest of your trip here.
I appreciate everything that you do, and I'm sure that my buddy Guy better fucking appreciate all of this on the next one.
All right. The rest of your shopping trip goes over pretty smoothly. You get you said you're buying. What else are you buying?
I think that's it.
Oh, that's it. That's it.
I think so, because we talked about potentially medical supplies, but we could probably resupply those from BCX. Yeah. Our good old buddy Victor here just dropped a link anonymously, but I don't have enough to cover that.
Yeah, that is definitely not going to be here because ISO Tech relocated. And they were the primary suppliers of cybernetics on the wheel. So they are. That is no longer an option here.
Do we want to stock up on any munitions and the like?
Yeah, you could buy extra ammo packs, so on and so forth, just in case. But
get more grenades. But yeah,
that too.
Wouldn't we potentially be able to even stock where we're going to meet Killbolt, considering the fact that this person
I
is
would
literally
rather
going
get
to-
weapons from the ISB. We're about to show up with the best, with the Holy Grail, and just Well, I'm going to ask for things.
I'm
up to
so
and
excited about this.
Up to and including a glider. So,
It's like we're like here trying to haggle and find stuff in a place called the Dented Droid, and we're about to literally meet the home base of the ISB. I'm like,
yeah,
okay.
I don't think that we could get this kind of shit from the ISB though. Like this kind, I don't think that
No,
that
it would
flow.
be made of gold. It's the same thing,
No,
but just
I had
like
to paint mine.
Oh, so now we're gonna just trust the ISB now, huh? Oh, I see.
no, it's not about trusting it. It's just about taking their resources.
Taking advantage of your
Yeah.
resources available to you. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm
I
not gonna
mean,
trust them.
getting droid parts from the ISP, yeah, that would be pretty useful. It obviously is going to come with the caveat that they are going to be able to track everything that droid does.
Yeah, you don't want that shit.
I don't have
You
a
don't want
droid.
that shit. I'm not talking
But-
to you.
Who are you?
But yeah, munitions, supplies, alterations to ships. You probably could count on the ISB to help you out with that.
At least Chev does. You guys are free to do your thing.
That being
Yeah,
said,
Chev's gonna have them deck out this nice Mando starfighter that he just happened to come into.
Say that again.
Yes, I do. You gotta catch me first, motherfucker.
I don't need to. I'm already there. I'm behind you.
That being said, the rest of your trip on the wheel goes smoothly. It's at this point in time where Dove approaches you, Chav. Repairs on my Echo Celine is going to take some time, and I would rather stick by my ship for the time being until I can acquire a shuttle that would be able to transport it. So I'm going to remain behind for the time being. And Ego has elected to stay with me.
I can't say that I disagree with either of your decisions. So, yeah.
I just hope you don't do anything stupid and get yourself killed.
I will do something stupid, but it hasn't gotten me killed yet. Surprisingly.
Be careful out there. Once repairs are done, we'll catch up to you. Maybe.
Chav reaches up to kind of pat the shoulder of the Titan known as Dove in her power armor and just says, take care of yourself. Don't make too much of a mess with whoever tries to fuck with you.
Will do. It's been a pleasure. We'll see each other again.
I saw through that deception, and he gets in the ship. It's been a pleasure. You know who you're talking to. Nobody has said that about Chev, Agent Lancer, Visto.
That being said, R6 and Scuttle prep the VCX for departure alongside the M12 Starfighter. And you guys begin to make your approach to the planet of Centaurus, that's right. Where Rawl and Oho have elected to make a quick pit stop to turn over the shuttle. That being said, this is where our scene will transition over to the aftermath of that event.
I get to be on mute.
Rawl, you've been turning over the troop compartment of the shuttle for the most part, for the better part of the day, while Chav has been actively working on acquiring your parts for your requisition list. Oho, what have you been up to?
All has been probably going to the sleeping quarters first.
Mhm.
To look
That's-
for.
That's when you would run into Rawl. That's the officer cabin, and you'd see him in there primarily. So that interaction would take place. There is.
But I mean, yeah, Oho would basically be taking the time to like navigate through the space. I mean, if they divided and conquered and one took a side, one took the other, would just basically like be looking for any, if there are any crates on the ship, they would be checking to see what those crates may have. If there are any compartments, any potential locations where something may be hidden, like either under something or in like check the ventilation systems.
Yeah.
Basically, like just, if it was like, if this was my ship and I was making sure that there were things that I was potentially like concealing and hiding and things,
Yeah.
I would attempt to use that too. So start with the most obvious things, like available crates and containers and things like that are visible, and sort of start making your way down section by section of the ship into looking into more inconspicuous locations.
Okay. Go ahead and give me. Give me a skullduggery check.
Skullduggery check. Okay. Let me make
Be a hard difficulty with challenge of 1. As this lost brother is very thorough.
sure. Mhm.
2 failures, 1 threat.
How many?
2 failures, 1 threat.
2 failures, 1 threat. Sorry, just looking at my.
Skullduggery is a cunning check, so I know you have a pretty solid fucking grasp on that.
Just gotta make sure that all the T's are dotted and the I's are crossed.
Making sure that I don't have any particular things that could be useful. Wait. Did I get enhance?
Yes, you did. You have full mastery.
Okay.
So you can use that.
No, but enhance is has specific like skills, things that you can do. It's not like for anything. It's like only specific.
You're right.
things.
Yeah,
So
you're right.
Skullduggery doesn't come into play.
Athletics and stuff like that, yeah.
Yeah. Skullduggery. Chapow.
Oh!
Can I use a triumph to succeed?
Well, the triumph is already calculated into the success. I'll give you a boost die because you've had so many interactions with the Lost Brother.
Damn it.
That's fine. It's just not. It doesn't go as fast as you want it to. It takes you a better part of the day as you're turning over this ship, trying to find any semblance of like a storage compartment or a hidden cubby or whatnot. You and your brother start at the officer's cabin and work your way outward. He towards the troop compartment, you towards the bridge. As you're searching through these sectors, after several hours of just meticulous searching, looking for the slightest detail, you reach a point of despair where you're on the verge of just like, you know what, there's nothing here, and you sit down in the cockpit or sit down in the pilot seat and you just kick out your feet, and as you do, the toe of your boot knocks into a panel that gives a very hollow. You're like, wait, that doesn't sound right. You get out of the pilot seat, crawl down on all fours and deeper into the foot rest area of the troop compartment or of the pilot seat area, And you see this paneling that is unbolted for quick and easy access for some reason. And you remove that panel. And you find a 2x4. No, that's not the right dimensions I'm looking for. 12 by 46 inch crate stashed in this little cubby hole. You lift it up, take a seat in the pilot seat, and break out your tools and begin fiddling with the lock. And it's like a walk in the park. You've done this time and time again with your training on Dathomir as infiltrators for the rebellion. You fiddle with the tumbler, set those pins, turn the lock. The lid releases, and you lift up to reveal on the interior of this crate several lightsaber hilts bearing lesions from a lightsaber blade. In total, you count 6 hilts. And as you're looking over these blades, or these hilts, you begin to identify several parts that could be salvaged, cannibalized. Potential parts to possibly create another lightsaber. And you start disassembling these parts. The only unanimously, oh, I struggled on that word, unanimously targeted part on every lightsaber was the crystal of the lightsaber. Every single one was destroyed by a lightsaber blade. However, the rest of the parts are somewhat able to be salvaged. And you collect about 8 parts that you know of out of 10 to create a full lightsaber.
Raw.
Raw, probably going through the 10th locker in the troop compartment. What? Finding a lot of nothing here. What's going on?
I think I found nothing.
Okay, I'll be right there. And drops everything. Brings along the little data pad he had that was cataloging everything, and comes up to the cockpit.
When you get to the cockpit, you find that Oho's on the ground. And at first you probably just see his back only. You can hear like some tinkering going on. And there's something in front of him that you can't see because his body's covering it, but you kind of see you kind of follow his hand as his hand seems to place something on the ground, and then your eyes go to the ground, and then you see that there's like 6 pieces of
cylindrical parts, yeah.
Cylindrical parts lined up, and as he's working on a 7th, he just speaks to you, still just at work. I know that we have no intention to serve any particular sect or cult of whatever these people thought were the righteous paths or the dark choices. However, he puts a 7th piece as he keeps going. I believe that for the things that are up ahead, we need to prepare as much as we can. And we need to take advantage of whatever's tools and skills we may be able to use with the abilities that we were given and the training that we had. And then finally, he just puts the eighth piece lined up with the rest. And he sort of adjusts himself to look your way. As he now, his body moving away, you can see just the remnants of these damaged lightsabers. And then he just looks at the pieces and he says, "From what I learned, it requires a total of 10. I was able to salvage 8.
As you look over these parts, you see the exterior pieces of a hilt. The only thing that's, as you begin with your mechanical mind, you're able to understand puzzles, and you see the most integral part that is missing to this lightsaber, the frame. A 2 parts structure required to hold all these pieces together.
Trying to think. I don't think I have anything that could facilitate this.
Doesn't have to be now, but if it's a project that you feel compelled to embark on, whatever I have learned, I will share with you.
I'll have to think on it.
Fair enough.
It's not as if the Night Sisters taught us anything really of utilizing these things, and it was more about keeping the Force natural, and these things are not exactly natural. It's like you, it's going to take some time.
I'm going to take a liberty here. You know, there was a book that Eliza, the Jedi old woman, had me read. Quite dense, truly. However, there was a story that I found on a loose parchment in this book. And it mentioned that at some point there have been some species that have actually framed lightsabers with raw materials like wood. So something tells me that if there is someone who is capable of figuring out how to make this into something that still honors what you believe, that would be you.
We'll see what we can do.
You don't have to have an answer now. Even myself, I am not sure fully still how to. And he sort of like gestures to the lightsaber on his belt. I didn't learn as much as I wish I could have about it. But I know for a fact, without that lightsaber, I wouldn't have survived that battle.
You know, it's funny you mention that, because it seems to me like there's another piece that is missing from this blade. And he'll reach into a pouch, or not a pouch, side pocket that he keeps close to his chest, and pulls out the cracked green kyber crystal. It's ironic you left and just so happened to meet a Wookiee of all things. Very intelligent one, actually. And before he left, he gave me this. And now you here again, offering to teach. Destiny and the Force definitely have a funny way of playing its games.
I think Grandmother Tolson would tell us right now to make sure that we are the ones who are designing the game.
Never could beat her.
No. Tarzan, lightsabers require for the wielder to channel the Force as they wield it, and they become integral to the survival of Jedi and any other Force user that wields a lightsaber. There's a lot of energy that is channeled into lightsabers. And I guess the question that I have now, because it is something that I think Ojo would be thinking, is, and the reason why Ojo would be thinking of this is because Ojo remembers and I know that Ojo knows that Raul also remembers this. I don't know if I'm missing the word, but the tributes of the fallen sisters,
Mhm.
where their graves or the fallen areas were adorned with their bows.
Their pool, the pool of their final resting place. Yeah.
The resting places, but also the places where people would pay tribute by hanging one of their bows or any particular piece of weaponry or adornment.
Yes, I know what you're talking about. Okay.
Ojo, I know that it is not necessarily an ability that I have mechanically, but would Ojo be able to sense Force energy, Force echoes, Force whispers that maybe remained of the people that wielded these sabers and fell?
Ooh.
I mean, I feel like that'd be more Raw's alley, personally, just because he has the sense tree.
Yeah, I know. I'm asking it not from a mechanical place, but just from a place of like finding these things and whether
I would say you could sense immediately in immediate proximity of these hilts. You could sense a lot of anguish, a lot of dread, suffering in close proximity of these blades or these hilts. You don't get the full extent. You don't get their full story, but there's a lot of darkness surrounding these blades.
I think Ojo picks up the crate with the lightsabers remaining after taking away the pieces and putting them aside for Raul, and he starts moving out of the bridge. He pauses by Rawl. Can you sense it?
And as Oho draws closer to you, Rawl, with this crate, you can feel the suffering that the wielders of these hilts experienced. The pain, the fear of being hunted down like animals, the isolation, not having what you have with your brother, the constant vigilance that they had to wield throughout these years, being hunted by the Inquisition. These hilts have experienced nothing but darkness for years. You can feel that building up inside your chest as well.
Rawls looking down at the salvaged pieces, and then his mind kind of focuses in on the kyber crystal he has still in his hand, feeling the weight of the emotion behind all of those hilts. And he kind of taps into the kyber crystal a little bit. I know it's not a holocron, but Jedi, when they manipulate the kyber crystal, is like their focal point.
Kyber crystal is almost like a sentient like mineral.
Right. So that's what
it communicates with its wielder constantly, and guides the wielder.
Right. And as he has focused, attuned to those pieces, and he's focusing on this kyber crystal, is there any kind of
feedback?
Yeah. And actually, no. Hang on. Because you said sentience, I am going to use my sensibility on this kyber crystal.
I've been waiting for this. Okay.
I need
Give
to
him
roll for my points.
Horsepower check. Let's do a. What is this going to be? Discipline. Let's call this discipline. No, yeah, it's willpower based. Let's do discipline. Discipline horsepower check. Hard difficulty. The challenge of 1 because this crystal is cracked. Is not stable.
Well, let me see if I can actually even do anything yet. And I'm going to take 2 strain to utilize that third point.
Wait, what?
In order to utilize the sense, I got to roll to see if I can actually activate it, right?
You got to roll the sense a discipline check alongside the force points.
Oh, okay.
So that determines your amount of successes. The force die supplement your ability.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're still learning.
Yeah.
2 years
in the making. So go ahead and roll that discipline check.
Are you telling me this is why Rawl has bombed so many force rolls?
Yes. Here, I will re-roll.
So far you have 2 successes it's the exact same roll. 2 successes with the force die. Those are the light points that you generated. You have 1 additional success. So that meets the current difficulty, which means that is still a failure. However, you can cash in a token to allow you to convert the dark side points over to light side, which will cost you a point of strain per token or per point you convert.
So 1 token, 1 point, correct?
It's just 1 token to convert as many dark side points as you can.
Oh, okay. So if I want to do both of them,
It's 2 points of strain.
1 point of strain. Okay, I will do that. I will do that.
Ooh. Now the consequences of your actions.
You feel that hook in your lip? Because he got you with the bait.
Oh, I hook, line, and sinker. I'm falling for it. Gimme.
As you pour in your consciousness into this sentient mineral in the palm of your hand, it begins to weave before your eyes a story of its history throughout the years. You see a conflict between Wookiee and droid taking place in the swamps of the Shadowlands of Kashyyyk, where they fought. The Wookiees fought alongside armored troops that you quickly discern as clone troopers, aided by their Jedi companions. You see a singular Jedi standing amongst the rank and file at the head of the battle, taking on this droid army that emerges from the swamp waters before them, as they stand in their trenches, waiting for the battle to commence. The Jedi extends his hilt above his head, ignites this green, vibrant blade, points it down at the encroaching forces of droids meters away. He yells out, gives out a triumphant roar as he charges first into the fray, as volleys of blaster fire begin to rain back and forth between the two forces. The vision shuffles and blurs as it refocuses upon the Jedi laying bloodied and battered on the ground. A Wookiee warrior kneeling at his side, cradling him as he takes his final breaths. You watch as the hilt of his lightsaber begins to dismantle before the two of them. And as the crystal begins to levitate towards the Wookiee's hand, a stray blaster bolt comes flying in, striking the side of it, and you see that crack form. The vision becomes erratic as you see its various travels throughout the Shadowlands. The handoff between warrior to warrior as it becomes a sacred artifact of the Wookiees. A story of a warrior that stood triumphantly beside the Wookiees during the battles of the Clone Wars. The vision refocalizes onto a singular Wookiee adorned in Jedi robes. A young, adolescent Wookiee. But confident, stoic, and hardy. As you take in this visage, he doesn't stand near as tall as its brethren, but he does still impose a intimidating figure. But his expression is soft and welcoming. I'm so tempted to do this, but no, I'm not going to do it.
For the plot. For the plot.
This is more for me.
A new hand touches the beacon.
I couldn't help myself.
You know, that's fine.
That's not what that's not what happens. But
No, screw that. It happens.
I couldn't help myself.
Meridia, the Force Ghost.
to be fair, that doesn't happen. This was a Wookiee crystal, so it just sounds like.
To be fair, yeah. However, this young Wookiee begins to communicate with you. I am Shorak, Jedi Knight. You are in possession of my crystal. A Wookiee warrior has deemed you worthy to possess this crystal. It is a great honor. And it is my pleasure to make your acquaintance. However, this crystal is not intact. It requires repair. It requires mending. I charge you to take this crystal to a nexus in the Force. Let the Force guide you. You will find it. There, meditate on the Force with the crystal in hand, and you may repair the crystal yet. And as he says that, you watch as the vision of this Jedi warrior Shorak fades into the crystal itself, and you see an ever so slight crack form deeper. At first, it was just on the exterior. The crack now reaches halfway through, nearly severing the crystal in two. Please hurry. Stay true. Listen to the guidance of the Force. Do not take the easy path. As it is the path to pain and suffering. As one warrior to another. Endure. The vision fades as you refocalize back into the material plane, with the crystal still in your hand. And you take note of that newly formed crack in the crystal.
I would think, like an electric shock, he kind of fumbles the crystal for a second, but the other hand comes in and cradles it.
Give me an average perception check as you refocalize on this crystal.
Average perception.
One failure, one threat.
Not wearing the goggles. Take that stuff off.
Okay. There's not much of a notable difference. However, the vibrant green that was originally present has grown darker. It's not as bright as it once was. That, my friend, is the crystal attuning to your bullshit.
Cool.
We're above table.
I have knowledge of how machines work, but not necessarily how this works. I want to try to see if I can utilize the manipulate power. It's to recover strain. I guess you could say, like, endurance for the sentient, non-sentient crystal. Does that make sense? So it's not as weakened. It's still cracked, sure, but it's not as, like, the power isn't waning in it.
There's no. I mean, as you're looking over this crystal, you realize any more destabilization to the attunement of the force centralized around this crystal, you run the risk of destroying it entirely. It's still able to be used as a as a foci point, but it is unstable in its current condition. And then if you try to use it now in its state, you run the risk of destroying the crystal entirely. If the crystal attunes to you any further while doing anything that would put you down the dark path, you also run the risk of destroying the crystal. So you have to be careful with your interactions with this crystal going forward.
Very well.
So yeah, you get that sense of, like, I need to be a little more careful with this thing.
Raw kind of had for Oho's perspective, Raw has had this 1,000-yard stare for a good minute.
Oh, you would also take notice to that crystal cracking in the moment.
I mean, if if I see Rawl sort of coming back to and noticing the crystal, I think he would check in, just be, what is it? What did you see?
You're right. There has been a lot of pain in these tools of the Force. And in some of them, source of hope. This crystal that was entrusted to me is one of those icons of hope. But it needs repaired. It can't be used like this. None of this can, I don't think. I mean, I'll have to work on it.
I would also like to point out for you real quick, because Oho did make an interesting point earlier. The hilt of this warrior's blade was carved from Troirak wood. a wooden hilt designed to hold the housing for a lightsaber crystal. Shorak.
I will
Correct.
actually say, because I was planning on saying this after Rawl says that, Olo seems to consider for a moment, looks at the crystal, remembering what Rawl said about how he got it. And then he says, "You know that story that I told you about, that I read, about the wooden saber? The wielder was a Wookiee.
Smaller and smaller circles.
Yes. More dangerous, too. I know that we may not be like those who wielded these, but I think we can relate to being hunted down. And so I know that it's been a long time since we've been away from Dathomir, but perhaps when we get a chance, we could set these to rest. Give them a proper burial.
Sure, we can do that.
For now, whatever help you need with the crystal, wherever we need to go, I'll be there.
Probably at this point when all of the shopping and turning over ships and resupply takes place, Chav reunites with you guys, and he transmits over the coordinates to the destination of the nullifier. The coordinates itself take you to the unknown regions of space, to a planet known as Odesson. As you take note of that, Chav, you do take a notice to the relative proximity of it to Nothwin. This planet Odesson is relatively uninhabited, ancient, filled with vast wildlife. But you get a sense that Killbolt may have chosen this destination as a little side path off of the charted paths of the hyperspace routes, but wanted to put you in close proximity of your intended destination.
Trying to keep the eyes on the prize.
Essentially.
Everything's a message with these guys.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, probably there'd be that moment where Chav transmitting the coordinates, like just kind of like telling you, and transmitting coordinates looks like we're headed to Nullfire's current position, just by Odessa, and
Odesson,
you just, Odesson just kind of like trails off for a moment, like that's pretty close, as he kind of like pinch out of the map, move over, pinch in, and just kind of like looks for a moment.
Chav, is everything all right?
Yeah. Odesson, just little ways over. We'll dock with the nullifier there. see what the big guy with the mask problem has to say.
Breathing.
I don't suppose that this is something that I suppose I have the answer for this already, but there is one thing that I was considering before, which is the fact that I do not think that Killbolt, as far as they know, or at least I think they know, is expecting me to be part of the group.
I mean, probably not. Some people thought that you were dead. Other people knew better.
I suppose that won't be an advantage we will keep, says as he looks at Rawl. And turning off the communication for a second, it's just that together.
Together.
He opens the comm again.
Yep. Hey, I heard you. We're getting going. So yeah. The Crypt Chasers are still with us.
Yes.
Just kind of none the wiser of anything. Just like,
They
hey, we're taking them.
Yeah,
along."
they're currently. I mean, as far as they're aware of, they've been making long range calls. They are none the wiser that their long range communications have been severed by Dove as of yet, and they're following your guys' lead. Although the coordinates that you send them do raise an eyebrow for Sindhu, as it's completely the opposite direction of Navarro. Or no, it overshoots Navarro like by a long shot.
So what are the odds, without me directly asking them, what are the odds that we can get them to pay us before we go to the nullifier?
There would be a discussion, and Sindhu would bring up the fact that they don't have that money on hand. That's something that the what's their association with the University of the Coruscant University handles direct payment. So once they get confirmation of their secured delivery to their final destination, the University of Coruscant will finalize payment to the intended recipient. So,
Don't want to be that like dark sider guy, but you could also tell Killbolt that there was a bounty with a certain amount of credits to get this job done.
Yeah. I think that maybe we can try to get him to square it away, because that's actually on Bess's name. So if we turn up empty-handed or something gets fucked up, not something I would like to do to the old doc. So if we can get him to, like, yeah, they're safe and sound, wire the money, that'd be nice.
yep, gotta talk to Killbolt for that.
I guess.
All right. R6 is chattering impatiently as he is very much aware of your current directive and is waiting for you to follow through with that directive.
What, you got to use the bathroom or something? Why are you being so impatient? You just chill. You're gonna outlive me. All right.
Do you guys make your way towards? I know you guys would. Are you guys done with the T3? Is that everything that you wanted to do, or did you guys want to wipe everything? I believe there was talks of wanting to scrub the system.
Yeah, that should have already been done.
Okay.
Do we want to wipe the whole thing, or just the stuff that you don't want Killbolt to have?
Oh, I've already made a copy of everything.
Right. And that's fair. But hey, I got you this ship. that this wanted fugitive had with some things on it looks better than, hey, I brought you the ship where everything's been wiped. So, like, I understand that there was probably some things on here we don't want the ISB to have,
Yes.
but I think that there's some things that we're okay with.
As a player, I understand you. As Oho, I kind of have this thing of Oho going, oh, you want to know what was on the ship? I know what was on the ship. I have it. It's not on the ship anymore, but I have it. I can let you look at it while I'm holding it.
No, don't just screen. I'll swipe.
I'm not gonna email it to you. I'm just gonna press play on my Netflix account, and I'm not sharing the password. It's basically like Chav is more like, hey, look at all the stuff that we got to you, Killbolt. Oh, it's more like, I get it that you got shit on us, but I'm also keeping some control of some shit.
Keeping some
So
level.
it's not that I don't get where you're coming from as Victor, but as Oho, I don't think Oho, especially without a previous conversation for Chav to get an opportunity to stop him from doing it, he wouldn't have been able to. By the time that Chav would be like, oh, by the way, the ship, and then you probably realize like it's empty, like it's been wiped, and then they'll probably find out.
Oh, and Raul just standing there with a shit-eating grin.
Listen. Quick question though.
Yes.
How many years of logs are on the ship?
He said like 10 plus, right?
Yeah. The ship was in service of the Inquisition, the Inquisitor ship, for the longest time before they were decommissioned by the Empire or the Emperor.
How long ago from current day is that?
They were decommissioned after the events of Obi-Wan, the show. So that was a year before. So that was 1 BBY, I believe.
Okay. So I would say,
Because after the events of Obi-Wan, the Emperor deemed the Jedi effectively extinct at that point.
So I would say we will wipe the last 5 years from the records.
Victor?
Chav?
5 years?
Is that okay with Oho?
Yeah, I mean, he's doing it with Raul, so if Raul suggests that, then he'll commit to it.
Okay.
Okay.
At
So
the very least.
legitimately, again, like above table, like something being on there, like okay, hey, maybe he did this before they got the ship or whatever. But if we show up and there's nothing, hey, what the fuck are you guys doing? You brought us the ship and literally there's nothing. Like there's this is default to factory settings. Like, what do you mean?
This bitch has been in operation for fucking 10 years. What are we talking about?
Definitely one thing that we will erase from there. I mean, it's the 5 years, so obviously it's gone. But definitely making sure that the contract that is Eliza's contract is the first thing that goes.
Not on record, yeah.
Oh.
Okay. You guys
All of the contracts are gone.
all of the bounty contracts? Okay. You guys make your calculations to the destination of Odessa and make the jump to hyperspace. It's a several week long journey. Any side projects that you would like to conduct, we'll do that behind the scenes.
I would like Chav to put back on his training weights and just do push-ups the entire time.
It's gonna be hard to do in a starfighter.
Shit! God damn it!
That's true.
Meanwhile, Riley and Oho are playing tennis.
Essentially.
can the
With all that
starfighter
room.
fit?
My experience.
No, they only have a slot for the auxiliary starfighter for the VCX auxiliary fighter. There's no room for a starfighter itself aboard the VCX 100.
Not the VCX, the Sith Inquisitor ship.
Oh no, that only has space for troops, not vehicles.
Okay.
So, well, yeah, no, because
Now we talk about it, it wouldn't be a great idea.
Yeah. So yeah, you guys traverse. Cav, you're a little cooped up in your little cockpit in the starfighter, but you make busy with your hands, however way you wish.
Why do people invite me to things?
It's been a while. You do have a mechanical arm, you know.
Stranger, you arrive to the nullifier. As you exit hyperspace, you're immediately hailed by traffic control aboard the Asserter class destroyer. I think it is what it is. Let me go to my contacts here and the ISB. There we go. The nullifier, the interdictor class heavy cruiser. Sorry, my mistake. The interdictor class heavy cruiser. You're directed to proceed to Hangar Bay 1, where you are immediately greeted by an entourage of stormtroopers. As you land and depart the gangplank, you do take immediate notice to a difference in decor in the decoration and presentation of this ship. Stormtroopers, none of them are wearing helmets. You see a variation of light armor, light plasteel armor, almost commando-esque variations to their stormtrooper gear. There is no longer Imperial Navy flags being displayed across the vessel. It is ISB adorned. And as you're being greeted by a battalion of stormtroopers in this new formation and dress, you see at the head, making his way towards you, Agent Killbolt, alongside him, Agent Obelisk and Stitch. The three of them ride up on a hover vehicle and disembark and take a couple strides towards you as Killbolt, adorned in his familiar face mask as always whenever presented in a public setting. He gives you a warm but stoic greeting. Welcome, my wonderful assets. And it is a pleasure to see that face again.
Oh, Single Eye is just like shooting daggers at Killbolt.
Well, not completely familiar, as you can tell. But yeah, there's a reason why I said I should tell you what we showed up with, as he gestures to the shuttle, and just like like.
Ah. Well done on the acquisition. That's going to help us.
I figured, which is why when it was brought to my attention that this was a thing that we could potentially get our hands on, I took the Liberty and the ship.
Well done, Agent. 6. Thank for the command center and upload all your and prep a debrief. R6 begins to wheel off on his own as he makes his way towards the command center. Killbolt then turns to the three of you and gestures to the vehicle that he arrived on and offers, please, if you would all join me, let's make our way to the command center as well, as I have been expecting news from you all. We have much to discuss.
Oh, you got no idea.
It's suffice to say, Oho is not carrying a lightsaber on his hilt. Just thought it needed to be said.
That's probably a fair thing to disclose, as it's reasonable to assume Killbolt would probably pick up on that.
Defense motions to strike this statement from the record.
It's a good thing R6 has not been around for combat. You definitely got lucky there.
R6 has been on the ship,
Mhm.
specifically the VZX.
Otherwise, it would have had an accident.
You guys make your way to the. You guys board the hovercraft, and Killbolt and his entourage board with you, and their pilot begins to bring you across the vast expanse of this hangar bay towards the debriefing center. You travel for several miles, as this ship is massive in scale, and you make your way to a bulkhead that opens up to your guys' arrival.
As we're being carted through the hangars, do I see either my baby or my mistress?
Give me a quick little hard perception check.
Fair.
Oho is trying to take inventory of this whole situation. He's like looking at all these like troopers and everything, just trying to gauge what level of threat all of this is. What is, like, if there needed to be exits at some point, which way?
As you take in Oho, your environment, you do take notice that these soldiers carry themselves with a more confident air of capabilities. These are, you have a reason to suspect that these are elite trained stormtroopers beyond the normal capabilities of a stormtrooper, and that could potentially lead to them being the reason why they're able to adorn themselves in their armor the way they see fit. Chav, as you're rocketing across the hangar bay on this hovercraft, you do see the Nothwin Chimera off in the distance, situated in Hangar Bay 2. It's currently being worked on by technicians as they are making repairs and whatnot to the ship. The Nothwin Lancer, just a couple landing pads further down from that. Currently being worked on by technicians to fine-tune any irregularities that have been reported or logged in the systems to try and optimize its capabilities. Once you get through the bulkhead, you guys disembark the hovercraft and make your way down the corridor, passing several doors till you arrive to a T-section. At the head of the T-section is a singular bulkhead that opens up to you guys. And there sits a conference desk with a hollow communicator at the center of, at the center focal point of this table, along with rows of chairs following the entire circumference of this table. There you see R6 currently scomped into a wall unit, downloading everything he was able to observe and organizing all the information as needed. That being said, as the group enters into this conference room, the door shuts behind them, and Kilbolt finally removes the face mask now that he knows he's not being observed by the public.
Is he so sweaty?
Is it what?
I remember the last time that we saw his face, like his skin was like
Glistening?
glistening. Yeah.
It still bears that similar glistening sheen, but it's not sweat.
Okay.
Has Oho seen Killbulk without a mask before?
Once on the Nothwin Chimera.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that was when we all saw it.
Yeah. As he takes a seat at the head of the table, he gestures to the rest of you. Please, if you would be so kind to join me at the table.
Jav takes a seat.
Oho stands by the door.
Rawl grabs a chair, turns it around, and sits in it backwards.
I mean, you can't see anything because these chairs are tall as shit.
He said what he said.
no.
He said what he said.
He said what he said.
Sits in it backwards, yeah.
I object.
It's literally the Emperor's chair that is just a tall fucking back.
Jesus Christ. Why are we get these okay, that's fine.
Sorry, I just imagine Rawls'
You
arm.
just sit there confidently for a moment, like I'm gonna stick this out. I'm gonna stick this out. Kilbolt just looks at
What do you
you.
think's happening with all of your tax credits? So, like, it's the big fancy swivel chairs.
Mm, very well.
Kilbolt just looks at you quizzically. Right. Oh, it's been.
Rawl just spins and goes side saddle in the chair and just crosses his ankles and calls
I
it a
imagine
day.
it's the most awkward moment. Like feet can't touch the floor, so you're just gonna.
It's that squeaky leather chair too, so every single motion's just like
This is the one that needs WD-40 as well, so it's like.
the maximum obnoxiousness.
Oh, I love it.
Comfortable yet?
Oh yes, quite. Yeah, you have some amazing perks here.
Very good. Please keep your feet off the cushions. That's Alderanian silk.
Fine, if you insist. He kind of, sort of keeps his feet off, but it still doesn't like sit in it the proper way it needs to be sat in.
So, can't help but take to notice your relative absence from the group for the time, and I can't also help but take notice as his ocular lenses kind of focus in one patch or one eye kind of zoom. You watch as the lens twists and the pupil constricts telescopically. It seems you've taken some trauma to the face at some point in time, relatively recently. If I can trust the readings that I'm getting. Is your vision still intact?
I may have lost an eye, but my vision is still intact.
If it interests you,
No.
I have extra ocular implants available. That being said, the rest of you. I've been trying to contact you for several days. What is the reason for your absence in communication?
The short answer or the long answer?
Well, this is a debrief, so feel free to dispose the information as you see fit.
I thought you never asked. In an effort to try and do exactly what you said and make a handful new friends, sort of allies to try to kind of come together and see about going after Northwind, we decided to use the types of connections that I already had with the group that I was traveling with, aka Dr. Besrutan and his previous relationships with the Bounty Hunters Guild. We took a job whilst we were on Navarro, heading towards the planet known as Korriban to escort an archaeological dig that said they needed some level of protection. Now, I ain't know nothing about Korriban right off the top of my head, but I tell you what, I learned a lot now about Korriban. Turns out there's some fucked up shit there. There's like some tombs and stuff. There's some things that a certain person that we're trying to unseat wants to know on this planet. And we kind of did have a moment where thinking for a moment to like redact method and just goes, we did lay into it with ship cannons and try our best to level the site to try to keep what was in there from getting out. I don't know how successful it's going to be.
It was a fucking shitstorm. Long
Jeff, I
time.
need a. I'm gonna need. I need to bring Killbolt into there. I need a. What is this going to be? A deception check from you, my friend.
Okay. Do I get any kind of boost die for my friends who are about to say things?
That depends on how the rest of the group interacts. But Killbolt is
Rawl, you're about to
currently
say a thing.
I mean,
getting a readout of you right now.
you summed it up so nicely, and we can't exactly refute it now that you spoke it into existence. So,
Well, if the apocalypse is happening, yeah, fuck it, we ball.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, not so cool now, are you? I shouldn't speak up like that.
You watch as oh, you do pick up on some slight micro gestures. We will talk about that behind the scenes. Chav, you get a sense as you continue to go on about this trek into Korriban. He takes a notable interest in mentioning finding something on Korriban. His oculars lenses focalize more on your facial expressions, trying to detect anything that you may be trying to hide. Basically, kind of trying to do what Rawl and chat you've seen Rawl and Oho do. He sits back in his chair, steeples his fingers, and these companions you brought with you. Already done a quick analysis of them. They appear to come from the University of Coruscant. The Crypt Chasers. These are the ones that contracted you to Korriban?
That'd be the ones. And we kind of need to deliver them so that we can get paid. I understand that I have a job to do, but man's also got to eat.
All right. And what was the nature of their exploration on Korriban?
Archaeology. Was that not what it was?
What is their focus?
Not entirely
Have-
sure. They like studying dead languages, it seems. It's all kind of pish post to us. We were there for protection, nothing more.
A man said it. But yeah, whatever traps, anti-grave robbing measures might have been in there, seemed to be a big issue, and they lost a few. We lost one. We had to get the hell out of there before they were done doing what they were trying to do.
Yes, I can't help but notice that you are missing Dr. Besrutam. That is unfortunate. His medical expertise improved your odds of survivability. At last, he can utilize that expertise to preserve his own life. Very well. We'll scrub the Crypt Chase's information and findings, and whatever they found, we'll make note of, and if it needs to be contained, we'll contain it.
Understood.
And I suppose Agent Lancer, what is your recommendation that we on how we deal with these Crypt Chases?
Well, seeing as they were contracted to kind of investigate an archaeological site, what I do know is, as we were trying to figure out, like, hey, shit's fucked up. Who's sending you to such a fucked up place? They did admit that the end result of where their credits were coming from was not just the Empire, but Emperor Palpatine himself. So, I suggest that you usurp their talents that the Emperor so much so enjoyed, and maybe put them to work for you. Keep them away from running right back to his wrinkliness and getting to whatever. And even if they say, "Hey, we found a lump of coal on Korriban," that's too much information that the Emperor needs.
You watch as he leans over to Obelisk, whispers something into his ear. Obelisk gives a sharp nod and immediately leaves the conference room.
How dead are they?
The citizens of the Empire, their safety is assured, but they cannot leave Empire for the time being.
Rest in peace, Crypt Chases. As he turns over to Raul, who just says that he's like, "I'm not buying it," which he might be wrong. He'll be pleasantly surprised. But either way, he kind of has that comment, leans forward, kind of puts his elbows on the table, and just goes, "So, what's next?"
I'm glad you asked. We have found a cell of rebels operating in the nearby sector of Nothwin. We have afforded you an opportunity to ingratiate yourselves with them. And it seems you've already brought in a very particularly favorable offering with you.
I know I am particularly favorable. And also, we have a nice ship. that we just picked up.
That ship will be a
Two
part of your offering. And as he says offering, he turns his attention to the brothers. I'm sure the rebels would be quite interested in reacquiring some lost agencies, or agents, I should say.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Chav looks none the wiser.
You two seem to have an illustrious history with the rebels. Worked alongside the Pathfinders for a time.
Unknown group of smugglers, yes, and we are also smugglers, yes.
I suggest, Chav, in a happenstance of altruism, as you liberated a max security prison in a nearby sector, you happen across two individuals that have been incarcerated by the Empire for quite an extensive period of time, and they have informed you that they belong to a rebel organization. Out of the graciousness of your heart, you liberated these two rebel operatives, stowed away upon a Sith transport, and absconded with the operators in custody and a new vehicle of infiltration and be utilized against the Empire. As we speak, the computer systems of this vessel is being completely scrubbed as to not compromise the full integrity of the Empire. Any information that we find will be documented for the ISB's use. But we only want specific information being afforded to them, not all of the Empire's secrets. So, you will arrive with these two aboard your shuttle to a nearby planet, presenting them as prisoners of war. Ingratiating not only you, but these two back into the service of the rebels, and affording you an opportunity to liberate Nathwin. As you were on your way back home before you were stopped by the Admiral and refused to return home. And you require the rebels' aid in liberating your home as a favor for liberating such powerful assets from the Empire.
Chav's gonna kind of like nod a few times, kind of eyes go down to the table as he thinks, and looks back over at Raw and just kind of goes, "Well, what do we think? 24601 and 24602." I'll let you guys decide who's which.
Gilbolt's eyes just locked on to the two brothers.
At the same time, like a chameleon.
He can. He actually can. It's kind of
Please
unsettling.
don't. I will never respect this man again.
It's kind of unsettling.
I'm gonna call him Cam from now on. I don't know how to respond to that one.
I do.
Go ahead.
Oho listens to this and then hears Chab asking, "What do you think?" And Oho just stares at Killbolt for a long time. No prisoners of war. Seems quite convenient for you. Someone who has information, alleged information about our past, that your strategy would involve for us to be deemed prisoners who escaped, which then allows you to also put us once more on the wanted list. And suddenly we exist once more in the galaxy. So no prisoners of war. We show up with the shuttle. We were deemed dead. We took advantage of the time. We bid our time all these years, survived, had an opportunity, found ourselves a pilot, used him to escape and steal the ship, and now we are coming back to the rebels as we finally found ourselves a clear way to get ourselves back. You don't get to choose how much more the universe gets to know about us. If anything, you keep removing. And when we're done, we are gone.
New identities will be afforded to you after the completion of this mission.
No new identities. Just gone.
Would be nice.
If we pick new identities, we'll do it on our own.
Give me a negotiation check.
If there is at all a case that maybe it would even afford a little bit of boost die as the exchange is happening, Chad very much so kind of like lean into one, lean into the other, lean into the one, lean into the other. And at the end of all of it, when he kind of like says all this, Chad just kind of goes, "No prisoners of war, no new identities. Story solid that Ho came up with."
I'll allow it. One failure, 3 threats to beat. Ooh, for the audience. Pull up that tray. There we go. 1 failure, 3 threats to beat. Oho rolls 2 successes, 3 advantages. A 1 success.
That's all we need.
How do you do
Yes.
this?
Threats canceled, baby.
Very well. You determine your own alibi. You ingratiate yourselves to the rebellion once more. I'd figured it would make it easier to re-ingratiate yourselves as prisoners of war as opposed to deserters of war. But that's your decision.
You forget we don't dance to your drum. You may have us by the balls, but we also have yours.
Chad kind of makes a face and then like slowly nods at Gilbolt.
You all look like shit, so take some time, recover, see our medical officers. Acquire supplies that you need and depart for and I will send you the coordinates for the planet in the following evening.
Remind me, is Carlta here?
No, he's with Isotech.
Oh, okay.
Killbolt is the only cybernetics expert on this ship.
Killbolt is. Yeah, I'm not about to volunteer Oho for Killbolt. So, perhaps we'll figure something else out later.
It's okay.
Killbolt and Stitch. Well, Stitch remains standing, but Killbolt stands up and begins to make his way towards the door. You have full access to the nullifier. Feel free to make your rounds for supplies, gear, whatever you may need. You will not meet any resistance unless you go anywhere that you're not meant to be. If you go anywhere you're not meant to be, I will know.
Rawl sits up abruptly. Do you have a forge here? A place to modify metals and items?
This is a heavy cruiser. We don't have forges, but we do have a workshop capable of making some minor alterations to vehicles, ships, weaponry, so on and so forth. Nothing metallurgy aligned.
Jav kind of like looks over and gives like a half nod of like, at least check it out. Don't bring the shield, but check it out. They might have a thing. They probably don't. Don't get your hopes up.
Oh, I never get my hopes up around this bloke. And he gets out of the chair, makes sure it gives it one defiant like squeak, and then
Killbolt makes his way towards the threshold of the door before turning back once more as he raises the face mask to his face. The audible pop and hiss as the environmental seals and close in on his face as he turns back to OO. My office still stands if you require enhancements. You will never find a more capable cyberneticist.
Perhaps not. But if I find one that is not you, I'll find them to be better anyway.
Rest up, gentlemen. We have a war to fight. With that, he leaves the conference room, the door shut behind him, leaving the three of you alone to discuss, plan, to just breathe for a moment. The crew.
After like 2 beats, he's gonna make a comment to Oho. I can't decide if I want to kill him or turn his morals against him.
You'll get a chance to do both, hopefully.
In all honesty, it's probably kill. And I mean, on this ship, he hears you anyway. Just fucking say it, man. He doesn't care. It's whatever. You're either gonna do it at someday or you're not, and that he's the kind of person that's okay with that. But regardless of any and all that, regardless of the how or the why for the next step and everything, regardless of what Killbolt does or thinks he's going to do, and Chav takes a beat looking at Rawl and Oho in turn before dropping any sense of sarcasm, humor, or unseriousness, and just says, "Thank you both."
No thanks needed.
Oh yeah, there is.
What for?
You two could be on the wheel right now, or on to the next place.
As I've told Oho before, I couldn't just leave you like that. You have done so much for both of us.
You wouldn't be the first. Just kind of like shrugs it off a little bit. Truth of the matter is, Core Atlas was smuggling, not freedom fighting. Ain't what you guys signed up for, and beyond that, you and I looks at Raw, you and I talked. This ain't really Core Atlas anymore. So on paper, you guys got no reason to stick around unless you, for some reason, feel like the credits are nice. But last I checked, OO paid me.
I think Oho has a moment when Jab mentions it's not Core Atlas anymore. There's like a, They didn't know that there would be a bit of a nostalgia to that.
Yeah, me neither. I already cried about it, though, so don't expect nothing.
Truth is, Jav, we cannot leave you like this. You owe me money.
Well, Dove owes me money, so you can collect it from her if you really want to.
No.
That's not how this works, Chav. We made a deal. We tend to collect. That's how the billows work. That's how we've always worked.
Also, our interest is quite high, so something tells me we're going to have to stick around together for a while.
Oh, you're not so high and mighty of yourself that you'd call yourself that interesting.
I didn't completely.
It's a pun. If you were taller, it would have hit you in the forehead.
In this moment of, what's the word I'm looking for?
Brevity.
Brevity, humor. Our scene does begin to retract from the conference room to the exterior of the Interdictor class heavy cruiser and transitions over to the planet of Nothwin. Above sits a massive Star Destroyer under the command of Admiral Tazen Kavan. Our scene transitions to the bridge. An officer frantically going over the information displayed on his screen turns back to the Admiral. So there's too many civilians in close proximity of the target. The collateral damage will be catastrophic. I didn't say give me your report on civilians or anything like that. I said target the building and destroy it. Our scene transitions to the exterior of this Star Destroyer as turbo lasers begin to rain down orbital fire upon the surface of Nothwin. On the streets, massive columns of bright green light impact into the streets, buildings, and hovercraft traversing through the sky. Screams and cries of terror go throughout the streets as what appears to be a residential district is being rained upon by merciless battery fire. In a matter of seconds, an entire city is wiped half a city block is wiped off this face of the planet. Our scene returns back to the bridge as Admiral Tazen turns to the same officer. You question my orders again, and I'll see to it that you are tried for treason. These people don't deserve an ounce of hesitation. They are rebel sympathizers, and they will be treated as such. Do I make myself clear? Yes, sir. It won't happen again, sir. Admiral Tazen begins to walk the length of the bridge to the viewing floor. A massive display of windows that begin to make a concave view, allowing him to oversee the beauty of his malevolence. There we go. Malevolence. English. You can see from orbit the column of smoke rising from the surface of the planet of which he just laid siege upon. And as he stares down at the destruction that he just reigned, a expression of glee displayed. Contempt. And that is where we'll end tonight's session. Thank you all you wonderful Tubi Dicers for tuning in to tonight's session of Star Wars Edge of the Empire, Ripples of War. Tune in next week for the continuation of this story.